That.
Bah.
How's it going, everybody?
Hi-ho.
Oh. I've been waiting for this. Ever since I started writing notes down. Honestly, before I even started writing notes down. It was like 2 weeks ago we did the Rushdown Revolt show, which that was really fun. I still want to do another Rushdown Revolt show in the future.
Yeah.
But I had like kind of thought to myself, like, I'm gonna run the circuit of non-melee platform fighters. You know, I did Rivals, I did Nickelodeon, we did Rushdown, right? Like, those are pretty much the other net rollback net play.
It's not melee
platform fighters. Like, could have done Slap City, that's delay based. I'm never touching Brawlhalla in my entire life. I don't even know what else there is.
Yeah. Run the gamut. Play the games.
Yeah, so I was gonna play the other games and then eventually return to Melee. But like, a couple of things happened. One was when I was doing the Rushdown stream before you came on, or you like joined me, I did like a brief session with Fruity. And Fruity's a Melee player that I've played Melee with plenty of times. He is seated higher than me in bracket. And he kind of just thrashed me. Kept changing characters, kept beating me out, and I was like trying to just do my best of just, yeah, that was good, that's great. But like, it was almost like a flashback. Like, I literally felt all of the negative emotions as if we were playing Melee and the exact same thing was happening, right? Of like, do I try my heart out in this like weird ass fucking fighting game just to try and get one W over some guy that's like, you know, Fruity's aloof, you know, he's not a very emotionally invested guy, or if he is, he does a great job of kind of, you know, keeping it behind closed doors. It is the following. I'm so excited for whatever the hell Box has to say. Hi, Box.
Hi, Box. I guess you could probably throw up the just chatting screen.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so great. And there's even a bonus cat. Bonus cat, wrong arm.
Bonus cat. Baby.
So I kind of told myself at that point, like, I still can't go back to Melee, right? Like, if literally Rushdown Revolt, some weird niche platform fighter that's in its third revision, like, still is dredging up these negative feelings, then it's like, it's just going to be that much worse when I go back to the game. And I said, like, I need to work some of this shit out. I need to, like, I've even told myself on previous Melee streams that I need to meditate about Melee. I need to literally just sit, and that's, yeah, I did get my ass handed to me, and like, that's one of the things we're here to talk about. That's a very hurt way of putting it.
Hey, I know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Right, sit and meditate about Melee, but it's like finding the time to sit down and just like literally meditate. Like, when was the last time you made time to meditate? I understand that you've got your whole religious affiliation, right? And you have spent time praying, but, you know, I guess to you that may be a form of meditation. For me, it's something that I'm very well out of practice of. And
yeah, it's definitely a mindset.
oh, for sure. And it's something you have to work on. It's not just something that's
Oh
just
yeah.
like, oh yeah, I'm just going to meditate a couple of times this weekend and all my problems are going to go away. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's like a dedicated thing that you have to keep going to over and over and over again. And I just wasn't making the time for it. Or wasn't finding the time for it. And stream after stream would go by and it would just feel like I'm just turning my wheels. I'm not doing anything in Melee. I'm just showing up to this stream once a week to send out, an app message to one of the same people and either like go even or get my ass beat. Because like I stopped reaching out to people that I summarily would just be better than. And I guess that's something on the presentation that I didn't include. Being better than people, like kind of working with that. I can get to that later.
On the other side of the
so
equation.
I said like, okay, well, why don't I force time to work on this by literally streaming it, that I could get literally up to 4 hours of dedicated time to ruminate on these things and to try my best to come to, even though many of these things are going to be difficult to accept, are going to be
yes, this
hard
is
to work with, and some answers I don't have. This is the PowerPoint thing, yes. So I was telling myself, like, okay, I've got a lot of things to go over if I'm going to, like, spend an entire stream kind of talking my way through my ego and all of the problems that I have with the game right now. So I started typing things down in a Word document. Well, it filled one page of a Word document, and then it filled a second page of a Word document, and then it filled the third page of the Word document, and then I'm like, I need to start reorganizing this stuff, and the Word document is not very conducive to that. So I'm like, PowerPoint. I switched everything over, and it ended up becoming like close to 40 slides of just different talking points that some are recent, some have been there since the very beginning. And I'm not going to come to answers on all of them. I specifically have a section of the presentation called Unanswered Questions. So without further ado, boink. So, I have a brief introduction. I also have some music to start playing. Boink. So this is, I'm also super excited for this music. This is Riot Sessions. Riot Sessions is a subsidiary of Riot, League of Legends, and they release every 6 months now. It's a pretty clockwork. They release a full album of like lo-fi, synthwave, like liquid D&B type stuff based off of individual League of Legends champions. And it's all royalty free. It'll never get copyright claimed. And they're pretty good jams. Consider the following. You're an adult with a job and other responsibilities that take up time that would be necessary to keep yourself at a competitive level of play. That's not okay, though, right? Like, that's literally not okay. That's why I'm unhappy, is that I can't keep going to that and saying, well, I'm an adult with a job and responsibilities, so I guess I'm just never gonna get good at Melee. Like, that's giving up, is validating that voice. So I need to find a way to work within my life's framework to reach the goals that I want. Because that's not like a universal thing. That's not a limiting factor in any potential Melee player's, like, path. There is the #1 Peach in the world today. He is a top 20 player by no fucking, like, stretch of the imagination. He is a literal doctor with a PhD. He works in a medical practice. He still has his full-time job, and he's one of the best people to ever play the game. What fucking like, that's not... I can't say that my job is the reason why I'm not getting good at Melee, when doctors, lawyers, engineers have quit their full-time jobs to pursue Melee. They've taken pay cuts. Multiple individuals. I don't specifically know what his practice is, but it's known that this player is a doctor by profession. Hey, we're blasting out the Japanese with this album. Might be off topic, just curious. Okay. Hungrybox, right? Infamous, famous, unforgettable Hungrybox was an engineer, full-time engineer, very successful in his trade, but obviously he has now reached an equal, if not greater level of success in his esports career. I believe he's a part owner of Team Liquid now, right? So it's like, I have to do more than just, you know, what I'm doing. What I've been doing is stagnant. It's a word that I hate more than just about anything in the English language. Stagnant and stagnation. It's something I fear. Kind of entering into a state where you'd rather stay comfortable than do something new, than push yourself a little harder, than reach greater heights. And I feel that fear in every aspect of my life. I feel it in my professional life. I feel it in my competitive life. I feel it in literally my free time. You know, if I spend too much time playing multiplayer video games like fucking Risk of Rain or Team Fortress 2 or like Deep Rock Galactic, I'll literally tell myself, like, I'm wasting my time. I'm literally just dumping hours into video games that are designed to dump hours into. I need to play other video games. And I'll force myself away from those time sinks for the sake of playing something else. It's a literal impetus in my brain that I can't ignore, and I've been feeling it for a few months now. I kind of told myself and have been like amping myself up that this year's it's gonna be the one. This year's gonna be the one. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get back on the horse. I'm gonna figure this shit out. And here we are, past the halfway point, and I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. So, I want to start this whole stream off with a big disclaimer for anybody who's watching the VOD, especially. I am not a psychology major. Might be partially fueled by your ADHD. I got a whole slide dedicated to that, buddy. So, I am not a psychologist. I am not a top 100 level Apex talent competitor. I have no accolades to speak of. I have been playing Melee for 6 years, though. And when you engage in a hobby for that long, there's a level of familiarity that anybody is privy to. I'm a Falco main. I've been a Falco main ever since I started playing Melee. Good to see you, big guy. What's up, Barbecue? How you doing? I've been around.
Hey, Barbecue.
Yeah. I'm even also gonna skip to a slide like halfway through this whole file just to point something out to kind of flavor the rest of the show. Falcon has been kind of a forbidden love for me. When I was early in Melee, I wanted to learn either Falcon or Marth. Grinding, I know I've just been a grind zombie, my beat. Barbecue, the resident lab monster. So when I was young, I wanted to do either Falcon or Marth, and I kind of like put time into all three characters, and I went O2 in bracket a lot. And then like a couple of buddies of mine is just like, just solo main. For the love of God, where you're at, just solo main for now. Figure out one character. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll figure out the bird. And then I solo mained Falco for like 4 years. And it's only like within the last year or so that I've been looking at Falcon again. It's only within the last few months that I have been really grinding my Falcon. I think my Falcon's leagues better than it was 6 months ago. I am a Smash Stick user. There are... Oh, shit. Is one of these things. This is pretty fucked up. It's an analog fight stick. I talk about it all the time, in case you haven't noticed. There's also an entire slide in my presentation dedicated to this controller.
Do tell.
How I found this controller, I played like 12 straight hours of Melee one day on GameCube controller, and I had 3 weeks of wrist pains afterwards. That kind of told me like I can't pursue Melee on a GameCube controller and still try to like reach the goals and the heights that I want to. Just ergonomically, it's not working out for me. I need to find something better. This was the logical choice. I didn't want digital inputs. This is the only alternative analog solution to Melee, and I kind of just like really put all of my heart and spirit behind the project and ended up becoming a beta tester over time. I've been in the New England region my entire life. Big rep, love this place. Old as shit, I hate it here. So like the last 4 points are like all together. Like, and there's another slide. I'm gonna be saying that a lot. There's a whole slide in this.
Yeah,
like,
there's like 40.
There's a lot of this.
Yeah, there's a slide for that. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of this that's literally just gonna sound like complaining. That's just gonna sound like me bitching about the game. And like, to some extent, I need to do that. I need to bitch and complain and whine. Like, I'm the type of person mentally that can't just, like, move beyond negative emotion. Like, if I fucking, like, step in a puddle with socks on, I can't just be like, all right, change my socks and get on with my day, you know? Or that's something minor, but, like, you know, I have to exist in the muck for a bit. I have to be like, you know what? It's shit here. And I need at least maybe one person to say, you know what? Yeah, that probably is. But you're gonna do something about it, and like, fine. Wah. Need to rip on something they compete in. I'm with you. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like some of the times you'll be having a session, like a friendly session, either at a tournament over net play. And you'll kind of try to enter into that state where it's just like, I need to bitch about Melee and what I don't like about this game. There should be such a thing as a professional Smash therapist. They do exist, but they're only housed within professional organizations.
Yay.
They're also called they're also called coaches, and they cost money. So yes, therapy technically does exist on Metafee. So, like, I'm usually a big stream of consciousness guy. I will start with an idea and just fucking go with it. And so, as a result, I kind of have bullet points to help keep me on track and keep me going between different ideas. There's the potential that this show could last 6 to 7 hours if I'm, like, not kept in check and, like, kept on track. So, another thing that's the first of complaints is like, I don't know why I picked one of the hardest esports in the fucking world right now, but it's one of the hardest esports in the world. And on the off chance, at work, but I'm holding down, Thanks for stopping in, Barbecue. Undoubtedly, you'll be watching the VOD of anything that you missed. And honestly, I look forward, if you feel like it, like, hit me up in the DMs and tell me what you think. I really kind of want to get, like, a lot of feedback from the guys in the Discord about, you know, what they're kind of thinking on some of this stuff. Oh. No, I'm staying up. No shot, I'm missing this Lumau. Oh my goodness. So, like, all of these bullet points, like, going down to the bottom, the community often takes this difficulty for granted. Like, I've kind of tried this a couple of times. It's like a bait where, you know, I say, like, man, wave dashing is kind of hard, isn't it? And, like, every melee player... Every melee player within earshot is just like, what the fuck did you just say? Bro, that's easy. I figured it out in an hour. What are you talking about? Are you even playing this game? Maybe you should go back to Ultimate. I don't know what you're talking about. This is a really fucking easy game. And it's just like, you guys understand the mountain of effort and work that you put in just to be able to go 0-2 at your local and not feel like you're the shittiest player on the planet, right? Like, you've been going 0-2 the entire time, but there comes a point where you go 0-2 and you're like, I could have had it, right? Like,
yeah,
the amount of
there's
time...
a difference between, oh, you were just getting bodied, and, oh, okay, I was doing some things there.
I was schmooving a little bit there, you know? The amount of time and effort to go from 0-2 to 1-2 is in-fucking-sane. And the amount, I am at a 2-2 level. I think my good performances net me a 2-2 or 3-2 on a really good day. I have some 4-2s, and I think like 1 5-2. And I don't know what happened on the 5-2. I tapped into the fucking Matrix on that one. And like the difference between getting 2-2 and like 3-2, 4-2s consistently is another absolutely fucking monumental difference. And I'm at that threshold. Like, Melee's a hard game, but it's the most fun. Exactly. It has... Pros will not beat the O2ers because movement entry barrier is enormous. Exactly.
Tekken.
And, like, it is the most fun, and it's the most rewarding. It's the most, like, visceral of any competitive game I've ever played, right? Like, you can get a perfect round in Tekken and Dragon Ball and Guilty Gear, fucking Skullgirls, Street Fighter, whatever. But, like, nailing a 0 to death in Melee is something so indescribably beautiful, right? Melee players are still in it because of that feeling, you know? It's different from anything else on the market. And again, my brain is really wired towards appreciating things that are unique and appreciating things that are different. And Melee is unlike anything else in the esports community right now. There's nothing like Melee. The only thing that's close enough to Melee is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And Melee players don't want to even be associated with it. It's like there has been a long-standing stereotype that even within the same IP, we're at each other's throats. It's that different. It's that unique. And I latched onto that, and I really love what the time that I've spent. I don't regret spending the time that I have. Fuck, I just spent an entire week putting together a PowerPoint because this game makes me feel sad, and I don't want it to anymore. Thank you for trying to stick to a specific game to get competitive. I can't say I have the drive to develop my skills in any of the current games in the competitive scene. Even Justin Wong said he can't believe how consistent we are with every tech. Yeah, Justin Wong himself has straight up said, like, it's like Melee and StarCraft. That's it. You guys are fucking insane. And to say something to you, Box, like, it's not esports, it's competition. If I didn't play Melee competitively, if I didn't play video games competitively, I would be involved in a competitive sport. I would be involved in, like, chess. I would be competing in something. I have a drive to perfect something. And that can be being perfect in wood carving. That can be perfect in fucking putting every Pokemon in existence in a tier list. right? There is something that you're willing to put an inordinate amount of time and effort into for the sole sake of getting better at it. Not to beat your friends, not to make something, not to get money out of it, to literally watch yourself grow and do more and do better. That calling exists in pretty much everybody, I want to say. You know, everybody on Earth wants to be the best at something. And again, that could be knitting. That could be fucking speedrunning Elmo's Happy Spelling Time, you know, for the NES. Whatever it is. It's a call, and I can't ignore it. If I walk away from Melee, then I have to walk into something else, right? I can't just be like, oh, well, competition's not for me. It is for me. But shit, man!
You chose the hard one.
Yep. Oh, I skipped this other one.
You should have taken up crochet, honestly.
I know, I should have. This is another point that I think, like, blew my mind. Now, Audrey is here with us on the stream. She is kind of going to be a bit of a sounding board, and it's because of this.
I'm not just a laugh track.
Right. And I think it's because Audrey and myself speak a very similar language. And I think fighting games in general and art have a bigger overlap than many people are even aware of. I don't know how, like, team-based sports play into that, but, like, being an artist and creating things. I remember, it was like 6 months ago or something, we were just shooting the shit, and, like, somehow, like, I was talking about my mental struggles in Melee, and you were talking about your mental struggles in art, and it was literally like a moment of clairvoyance where it's like, holy shit, she's saying the same words as me, just about a different thing.
Yeah, that was wild. It's like, wait, you're not supposed to be relating to me in this. I'm just supposed to be
I'm just supposed to be sad.
To the void. Yes, you understand.
You understand. Oh. And so I think there's another slide later in the presentation. Wait for it. But I think that her being able to speak the same languages as me, but not entrenched in Melee-based thinking, is like a valuable asset to this presentation.
And I'm definitely just gonna be trying to, like, take pieces of this and see if it applies to issues. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to spend an entire stream working on...
Fruity, there are a lot of things that could qualify as the Crush tweet. Unless you mean that Crush is coming back, but Crush was pretty much the best player to ever come out of New England in Melee. There's a 15-year-old who chain smoked cigarettes outside the venue who would wobble every single dude who tells you about how Melee is an art. Yeah. So you're familiar with the Deep Leffen bot, right?
Oh, yeah.
Crush tweeted as if he were the Deep Leffen bot. Like,
oh no.
He was an enigma in a human being, and he was the best thing to ever come out of New England. And we're just like, we're hype as fuck, but he's weird, man. Oh, man.
I think I'm gonna cheer for him because he's sick, but...
There was one time where he, like, won a notable regional tournament in the area, and, like, they were interviewing the winner, and he's just like, you know, they're going back and forth, blah, 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 and all of a sudden he's just like, yeah, so anyways, I actually do have a couple of points to think about that, and, oh, I'm sorry, I have a rule where I'm not allowed to talk about myself for more than 60 seconds a day. Goodbye, everybody. And he walks away! He just left!
What the... What the... Okay.
What's up, Boy Doy? Welcome to the show.
Hey,
We're talking about psychology in competition, growth mindset. So the first section that I have, there are 3 sections. This is entrenched thinking. These are patterns of thought that I have that I need to break. If there's ever a section in this presentation of problems that need solving that I need to distinctly work on, it's in here. Is the things that I've bashed my head against over and over and over again that right now are a net negative on where I need to be and the goals that I'm going for. First and foremost is the biggest problem I've ever faced in my life. And, you know, it says winning friendlies, but this has been forever. I'll be right back in one quick sec. Oh. Right in my hands is a particular thing. I think based off of the shape, plenty of people already know what this is. But holding it up to the camera, that's good old Smash 64. This is the exact same cartridge that I started playing Super Smash Bros. On. This is the very thing that I broke my teeth on with platform fighters. And I would shed tears when I lost.
Broke your teeth on?
Cut my teeth.
Yeah, better.
I got a lot to say about just this, but I'll let you lay out the thoughts. We're gonna be here a while, barbecue! When I lost this Smash 64...
We're only on, like, slide 6? And we're 40 minutes, like 30 minutes in?
Right, we still had, like, the first 20 minutes of, like, intro and shit.
Yeah.
So, if nothing else, we'll be able to fill time at the end with, like, Q&A, or I'll just straight up fucking start playing Melee. A whole bunch of introspective thoughts of my own. That's the point! So, like, when I was a kid, I would cry when I lost in Smash Brothers, and it was my brother being across the stage with Fox, doing nothing but mashing the B button like it's a quick time event, and then up smashing whenever I got close, and like F smashing to keep me away. That was the entirety of my brother's strategy. It was unbeatable, and I cried. Fast forward to, like, in high school.
That was my brother and using Kirby up special to stage spike me every time I tried to recover. Every single time. I hated him.
Fast forward, one more thing, like, fucking Mario Party. Like, if you want another example of a game that's not good for your fucking stress. I cried many times in Mario Party. I cried in fucking Halo 2 when I was, you know, as an adolescent, fucking losing in multiplayer lobbies. Now, the tears eventually stopped, but blind rage took its place. I remember there was a point when I was playing Borderlands 2. This was 2012, 2013. I was doing Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which is New Game Plus Plus. It's a bitch and a half to do with a party of 4 people, and I was doing it solo. The rule of, like, Ultimate Vault Hunter, like all of the other game modes, like, all enemies have a set level, you know, so if you want to grind early game bosses in the first playthrough, they're always going to be at, like, level 7, level 9. But in New Game Plus 2, everything scales to your current level. So the moment you level up, everything else gets harder equivalently. And it doesn't just stop there. Like, staying on pace with your level is grunt level enemies. So the basic jobbers are your current level. Upgraded versions of the jobbers are one above your level. And it got to the point where there were, like, badass apex level enemies that were 8 levels higher than you were currently, and they would just sneeze on you and you die. Like, the amount that damage scaled at that point and the amount of levels that they had on you, it was just objectively unfair. And to the point where I literally screamed my throat sore. I lost my voice one day because of how angry I got at a single player game. And Melee is something that has helped me with this. The amount of anger that I feel at games has been tempered significantly, but in its place is yet another roadblock, which is disappointment and like defeatism, where, you know, instead of getting angry at the game for not going my way, I can feel energy draining from me, where I just tell myself, wow, this is literally not worth it anymore. I don't care. And that has happened inside of the last few months, where there was one stream where I felt awful afterwards. I felt like it was a piece of shit stream to begin with. It was like 3 hours of me playing Melee silently. I was not talking. I was just getting my ass kicked over and over and over again. And then I just kept getting my ass kicked worse and worse and worse, because my threshold for how much I care and how much I wanted to invest in each individual game got lower and lower and lower over time. It'd come to a point where I would just get like hit off stage at 50%, and I would tell myself like it's not even worth it to just do anything. I had my double jump, I had enough time to do side B, up B mix-ups, I have enough time to do a shine stall, I have every possible recovery option in the book, and I just let myself float down to the blast zone. It's not worth it. And I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. And that's yet another fucking slide on this slideshow. And then there's the whole thing of, you know, transferring from the lab into actual implementation. You know, I can grind out shine grabs again and again and again. I can spend 5 hours doing shine grab inputs on an Uncle Punch CPU. But then if I go into a friendly and I want to win, it is never about the skills that I'm trying to implement. It's always about the skills that I know and trying to use them in a way that gets me a victory. That's it. It's counterintuitive. I'm not doing anything new. In fact, I'm explicitly falling back on old habits. And then I just get more frustrated with myself because I'm not implementing anything new. Over time, it's just like I'm spending weeks and weeks and weeks of trying to learn these new techs and these new situations and these new counterplay options. And then those situations come up and it's just like, just do an instant side B back to stage. That's what's gonna get me there fastest. Just fucking do the same thing that I always do in those situations. Just default to my brain's autopilot because winning is the only thing that's on my mind. I'm gonna be probably refilling this drink throughout the stream. And like, we've been having this conversation. You can literally, the last bullet point on this slide, like you can literally think to multiple conversations where I've said those words verbatim, where a critical problem of video games, competitive multiplayer, or just multiplayer video games today, especially multiplayer first-person shooters, like, they tie the fun condition to the win condition, that the only way that you're gonna find yourself enjoying the game is if you're winning. And to Mr. Barbecue, you can confirm or deny, and anybody else in chat who has experience with Valorant, tell me the last time you got 0-13'd and you had fun, and you were enjoying yourself, and you were engaged, and you were excited for the next round. Winning in the moment won't win you games in the future. That's what I tell myself when I start autopiloting. That's a whole other fucking level. Don't you start going sage advice on me. You're gonna blow this shit wide open.
I thought that was the point.
Shut up. Barbecue's on another level. He's absolutely on a level that I'm not ready for. He's onto conditioning. I'm still just on adaptation and getting out of my own head. But that's the final section of the presentation, is stuff that's like explicitly related to Melee and like strategies that I need to start employing or improve upon that I've kind of gotten lazy with. So like, the reason why I'll never be upset at Team Fortress 2, or why I very rarely get upset at Team Fortress 2, is because there is no link between the fun condition and the win condition. There is some, right? Like, if you're getting full held on attack Badwater, like, you literally can't make it out of spawn. The cart is at its spawn position. It has not moved. Every time you touch it, they keep you off of it until it rolls back to start, right? You just get absolutely swamped, and even then, you just tell yourself, hey, can we requeue? I'm out of here. I don't have any stock in that game. I don't care, right? I literally have no investment in the outcome of that game. And that affects my long-term experience with the game. Yo, I got pizza, and I made got pizza that you made yourself, and it's so good. I wish I could have pizza. I have had protein supplement number 32 today, and I'm going to have protein supplement number 32 tomorrow. The Valorant thing, as long as I'm playing my role well, I'm happy with a 13-0, especially if I'm top frag, but it's something you have to break out of mentally. It's insanely hard. Right. There is such a design difference. Same with Overwatch, same with Battlefield. Call of Duty is one that starts to challenge this because of how little you're punished for losing, right? But, like, in Valorant, the reason why I kind of don't think I can ever invest in tactical FPSs like that is because you'll get a game where you literally look the wrong way the entire time. You can get this game in Team Fortress 2, you can get this game in Valorant, you can get it in Counter-Strike, you can get it in Apex Legends, you can get it in literally every single first-person shooter, where you respawn, you get back into it, and you literally somehow turn left when the enemy was on the right side. You check the top corner, enemy was in the bottom corner. You check behind you, enemy was just coming into view in front, right? And it just keeps happening over and over and over again. And Call of Duty, the amount of times that you've made that mistake makes up for the fact that you've just had your ass beaten to you. It's at least a mitigating factor that despite the fact that I have literally just gotten shot to death, I am like 2 and 15 for this entire match, I've still spent most of the entire game alive and running around. Whereas with Valorant, if I am doing that, I die, and I am spending the majority of my time as a spectator in this game. And that's the intended experience for lower level players, is you're just going to die a lot to shit you don't know about, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna watch other people play the video game. I'm not here on Twitch, I'm here in the video game. I want to put the inputs in.
Yeah, it's like they're forcing you to watch a bunch of streams of the game before you're actually allowed to play the game and enjoy it. It's like mandated learning for the game. When, you know, generally people learn better by doing.
Imagine
but
how
if
many...
I can't do it.
Imagine how much less people would love doubles in Smash Bros. If there was not stock tanking. I was about to say it wrong.
Tonk stanking.
Tonk stanking. Stock tanking is somebody holding on to the extra stocks on a team while somebody else just fucking bulls out of their goddamn skull. Doesn't mean if you, either you're playing like shit or you're playing out of your mind and they just keep beating you up. Having some, it's a mitigating factor to your loss. That even if you're terrible,
Valorant needs share stocks.
Valorant needs share stocks. Oh, that would be kind of cool. I want to try it. I want to see what happens with a tactical FPS where people get one respawn. One of the games I can't see people casually playing and loving, but skill-based matchmaking is saving that. Well, I think skill-based matchmaking is antithetical to this experience, right? One of the reasons why I never put much stock into a game of Team Fortress 2 is because it's not skill-based matchmaking. It's just random. Is that I am gonna be in a server with somebody playing the game for the first time, somebody like myself who has been playing for years, somebody who literally has like competitive experience and is going to stomp on my neck in their sleep, right? And having that spectrum on both sides throwing themselves at each other constantly, I think is a chaos that I've fallen in love with over the years. It's something that I have never seen really adequately recreated in other games. And now everybody's so obsessed with skill-based matchmaking. Even in the casual queue, you will have 2 separate queues. This one, your number is visible. This one, you still have a number. It's just invisible. What's the difference? There is none. People played Overwatch for years. The casual queue was just as toxic as the competitive queue because people were sick and tired of looking at a number go down, and they just wanted to play a game competitively without having to be angry about a number. And they're still angry about it. There needs to be a return of
having the different skill-based matchmaking is Smurfs exist because
Valorant still has a Smurf problem. By the way, insufferable Smurf problem.
Like, Isaac, watching him play League for the time that he did, he encountered a number of Smurfs. Eventually, he became one of the Smurfs. And I have seen that in so many of the competitive games these days, where it seems like you're not playing the game with people your skill level. You are a small fish in a pond as bait that a bigger fish is going to be dropped into purposefully at some point, and you're just going to have to suffer. It's not any choice of your own that you wanted to fight someone who's been playing 5 times longer than you. You just have to. Because someone made a new account.
You need to be a diamond level player to get out of silver in Valorant, because otherwise, if you're a gold level player in silver, you will remain in silver indefinitely because Smurfs will lock you out of your promotion games over and over and over again.
Oh, and that's even if the Smurfs are on the other team. The Smurfs can also be on the same team as you, but they're trying to throw in order to reduce their level so they can keep smurfing, which means it doesn't matter which side of the team the Smurf is on, it still sucks for you. Good job.
Melee people are doing it for clips? Oh yeah, Jesus. Yeah, Melee, even the unranked, we don't have a ranked queue in Melee right now, but there are 2 distinct pools in unranked. If you start unranked, when you just start the client and you lose a fuckload of games to random people, it's gonna put you in an amateur pool, and if you do reasonably well, it puts you in the Melee player pool, right? So people who are trying to learn the game casually are drastically more likely to run into people who are learning the game casually, as opposed to Melee players just want to fight other Melee players. Whereas, as Barbecue is saying, people are literally just throwing unranked games to put themselves in the amateur pool so that they can body them for clips. And that's horrible. The solution to smurfing is getting rid of skill-based matchmaking, or allowing for a third, unranked, entirely untracked queue. You need to have the best player in the world and day 0, first time playing the game guy in the same lobby. Team Fortress 2 has been that way the whole time, but I've been going off on a big tangent about this. How do I tell myself that it doesn't matter? Because I've been trying to tell myself this for 6 years. And actually, before I start trying to answer these hard questions, there's a slide I need to skip to.
Here we go.
This one. For most of the things that I'm going to talk about today, there is almost guaranteed something that's going to pop into your head, or it's just like, well, that's easy. You just do blank. I know I just do blank. I'm very aware that I'm just supposed to do blank, but I'm not. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why am I not doing blank? And a lot of the times, the answer that you're given, the advice that people are going to give you is something you don't have an interest in doing, is something that you don't want to pursue, something that you could entirely disagree with in its effectiveness. It's like, oh, I really think you should try out this. And I'm like, I think that's got absolutely nothing to do with whatever it is that you're trying to tell me, right? And then this is one of the reasons why, I think I mentioned it elsewhere in the presentation, but like, this is one of the reasons why I'm very apprehensive to start spending money for top player lessons, is that I'm going to be inundated with advice and techniques and things to do as a player to grow that I'm already aware of, that I am mentally incapable of working on. And this top player is not going to unlock my psyche. That's not what they're there for. They're being paid to offer their top player perspective. So there's a chance that they have a similar mentality as mine, and they have overcome these obstacles, and they have advice on how to overcome these obstacles. But more likely than not, they're just going to tell me the solution, not how to get to the solution. And that's something that makes me, like, some top players, Zane, number 1 in the world right now, or like number 2, depending upon how controversial you want your opinion to be. Right? Like, it's like $70 a session for like a 1-hour session with him of either VOD review or playing friendlies, and then you just like chit chat. And my opinion, I would just quit the game, but games are so addicting because you're so unable to think about quitting. Well, I don't know if you were on the stream earlier, Boy Doy. This isn't as much like about playing a game, about being addicted to a game. This is about competition. If I wasn't making a PowerPoint presentation about Super Smash Bros. Melee, I would be making a PowerPoint presentation about tennis. I would be making a PowerPoint presentation about chess, about League of Legends. God help me. I feel so bad for the alternate dimension Arcanist who's currently playing League of Legends right now.
Please, there's a better world.
I'm in the better timeline. I know that, but not much better.
Still
and
better.
So, rip League of Legends Arcanist. So
I don't like this AU.
I can't quit Melee because I'm guaranteed to invest in something else. And I've already put 6 years of my life into it. So this is as much the competitive mindset as it is the sunk cost fallacy. But like the competitive mindset kind of tempers it. You know, I don't want to just keep telling myself, it's like, well, it's too late to try anything else. Mate 3. I might go to Mate 3. We'll see. I'm not putting shit down. Might. Not to blow smoke up my bum, but I think I'm one of the best people at explaining things. I also know everyone learns differently. There's something that needs cracking open. Barbecue is just like on a cerebral level that other people don't even comprehend at that point. Where it's like, you know, you'll be chatting where it's just like, man, you've beaten
the expanding brain beam.
Like you've beaten me on like this one edgeguard sequence like 3 times. What is there something obvious that I'm doing? Actually, I made you do that option off stage 3 times in a row. I like conditioned you into thinking that was a safe option. And I'm like, that's not even the conversation that I wanted to have right now, but we're having it now, and I'm unprepared. How much Melee you're playing. Think about your son.
He misses his father. Throw the birdie.
Ugh. So, this was just like dabbling on this slide, because it kind of tempers everything that follows. Is like, you know, oh, I have so much trouble with this. Oh, we'll just do that. Shut up! I know! So, I went low on purpose. I remember the silence. Me and Barbecue have about Melee. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was like... What do I tell myself? Because the another thing that I should have written down is that, like, these solutions need to be mental redirections. Like, I think there's a slide here, post-tilt, right? For one, like, it's unrealistic to think that these PowerPoint slides are gonna fix me. And that these frustrating situations, these blocks that I'm running into, are gonna happen over and over and over again. And I need to know what to say to myself when I am frustrated, because, like, this dates back to Smash 4 when we were playing together. This was Ultimate when we were playing together. This is Melee when I play with my guys, right? Like, you have seen it firsthand with the pubbers when we play Smash together. It's like, we get pissed off at each other. And we're friends. But, like,
yeah.
Fuck that Greninja with every single molecular fiber of my being, right? Like, I hate it so much. Do you love this game? Of course I love this game.
Yeah, and even for me, I don't...
But, like, I don't get
invested into games quite as much as you guys do. I don't play all the competitive games you guys do and whatnot. But, in that end, I tend to... I'm not very vocal about my frustration when it comes to video games in general. So I never really said much. But there were a lot of times playing Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate where you were saying earlier about you would kind of start giving up mid-match, and it's like, I'm not even gonna try to recover, and you're just seething. I seethed a lot.
Yeah.
There were a lot of times where I was fighting any number of you, really.
What are you doing?
And just, I fight you, I die, I lose. We do another match, we fight, I die, I lose. Over and over again. And it's just like, why am I even here?
Why did it do the stop?
Oh no. Darkness. This is coming. Please.
There we go.
That's the...
Better.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, Smash makes us all mad.
It does. But it's, like, so awesome. And to answer your question, 22K, I love Melee, but I am married to Melee. At some point, I had to recognize that, like, it's the same as the institution of marriage. Like, it's not going to be fun every day. It's not going to be enjoyable every day. That's the relationship. That's the contract that you're signing, is that you accept that there are going to be days when you want to kill that person, when you hate their rotten guts for everything that they're worth, but you have to put the effort into loving them, right?
Yeah, love is a choice, not a feeling.
Nice shirt, by the way. Amen, brother. Thanks for noticing. Few things that I used to say to myself or ask myself instead of anger. Can I learn something from that loss? Did I lose trying to implement new things? Am I using my practice time effectively? Notice all self-reflection and not looking to yell at myself, just yes or no questions. Commitment. There's another word. This fucking... I'll think of it later. And that's the other thing, Barbecue, is that, like, it very quickly gets to self-derision. It goes quickly from, like, you know, oh, you SD'd here, you made this mistake here, this guy's bodying you, you're playing like shit, that was an awful recovery, right? Like, it just very easily morphs into negative self-talk. And as much as I need to tell myself, as much as I need to not be so invested in the outcome of every single one of these games, I also need to be kinder to myself. I am, like, you talk to any competitor and you go up to them and you say, would you do me a favor? Yeah, sure, whatever, what is it? can you talk to me the way that you talk to yourself after a loss? Every single one of them is like, nah, I can't. That's not, no. I don't want to be like that mean, you know? Like, you seem like a kind of a cool guy.
It's incredible how ugly we will be to ourselves. But we couldn't imagine doing that to anyone else.
It's disgusting, the self-talk that everybody here, all of the Melee players, absolutely. The artist, I'm probably gonna have to include in this one.
Hi. It sucks.
It drives me as well, but I need, like, there are better driving forces, right? Like, that's negative reinforcement of, you know, a particular habit or of growing. It's very hard. If I can suggest looking for small wins. Dang, I shine grab 5 times. You might not have got the grab, but just performing it should be a dub. Yes! And that's something that has happened a couple of times. But, like, there's a specific moment that'll happen, a very big shift, and I need to specifically start stopping myself when I think this. When I'm fighting like 22K or JEC or Fruity or Een, right? Like people that are decidedly seated higher than me in bracket, we'll be playing friendlies. I'll be like, it's fine, I'm gonna lose a bunch. I have accepted this outcome before these matches have even begun, right? And then we'll be playing, we'll be going back and forth, and I'll have like a 2-stock lead. I'll have a 3-stock lead. I'll be up. I will be specifically up. Yeah, I specifically worded it seated higher. That's a phrase that I need to start using more here. But there'll be a moment where I'm like, I could do this. I can take this game. I can beat them. And that voice takes over in that moment. And my mentality shifts. It stops being fuck around and be silly and try out this new stuff. And it shifts into start doing things that are going to make you win. And what that really means too is just going back to my autopilot or to the way that I would play in bracket, which everybody knows how I play in bracket. I'm aggressive and I hold W. And if you know that, then like you can kind of beat the shit out of me if your defense is good enough. I've spent so much time of my Melee career on my offensive game that now that I'm like starting to play people that are like really, really fucking good at both offense and defense, or especially people who are intensely good at defense, you know, and reversing things and getting things back into their advantage. Like, I don't have that skill of playing an intensely good defensive game and trying to get a reversal. I feel like I'm really playing catch up in that regard. And that's another thing, you know, that like if I expressly 2 mental blocks on this, which I'm gonna do. Oh, that is in a different section. Where is that one? Oh, it's the last slide. Style versus substance. This is another mental block that I'm working with where it's like, do I switch to a defensive, avoidant, like non-committal playstyle for the express purpose of like working on my defensive game so that when I need to call upon it, it's good, right? But that defensive like playstyle is antithetical to the way that I enjoy the game, right? Practicing running away, holding S, being defensive, boxing somebody out, spamming projectiles is a pursuit done solely for the gains of winning more, right? Where there's not much fun to be had in it. And even when I do implement it in my game, it's something I'm always gonna look at. Like, you know, I don't know if I can stop myself from looking at it being like not what I want to do. Or at the least, it's something that I can't do until I have made my own identity within it. And right now, I have based so much of my melee identity on aggression that I can't find a style in being defensive and non-committal and running away. Like, the best example would be, like, playing Dark Samus in Ultimate. But even then, like, I only usually did that as a counter pick, and I still played a very aggressive zoner. So you can bait defense, yeah.
My brain is churning with some parallels here between what you have going on here and my experience.
Seed planted by FGC players that's been around a lot longer than Melee.
Lame. Yeah, as for me, I have spent a long time feeling like I needed to do line art specifically.
Yep.
Like the way that you do art is you do your sketch, then maybe you do another sketch, and then you do the line art on top of that, and then you color the line art, and then, like, you know, you shade it or whatever, and then, I don't know, throw some sparkles on there if you're feeling fancy, and you did an art. Congratulations. And post it to all relevant social media. But the more that the further I've gone, the more I realize I don't know that I necessarily enjoy that. And I want to try other things, but I've definitely had to unlearn things with it when it comes to the cleanliness of my art, because I see a lot of art of people doing like these really they post stuff that's really loose and sketchy, or you can like still see very deliberate brush strokes, or like the undersketch, or you look at somewhere that's not the focal point of the image and you realize that it's basically just color noise.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not looking at it, then it in the corner of your eye it matches the piece. And I've had to unlearn that as being lazy, as being unfinished, and feeling like I have to complete everything to this specific level for it to be done. It can be done 3 steps ago. I don't have to reach that one specific point that I always thought I had to achieve.
Right. You've been talking about overworking stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, lame is a very bad word. One that I've kind of had to wrestle with for years at this point. For the first few years, I ignored it altogether. And that seed was planted. It grew into a fully bloomed flower in my psyche. And I'm trying to like uproot it. But like the roots run deep. There are so many things that you've like taught yourself, like, nah, this is way more sick, I gotta do that. Instead of just hold ledge, idiot. Just hold ledge and you literally win. But you didn't, and you lost. That's the difference. But like, there's something to me about just holding ledge and watching them slowly plummet to their death in a pool of their own frustration and disappointment that I'm just like, I can't do that to them. I gotta like hit them and stuff.
Make it go faster, and also you just really want to hit buttons, and hanging from ledges not.
That's
hitting
absolutely an ADHD thing. It's like, shit, I
have to sit here, sitting here. That can't be right. That can't. No, you're kidding. You're joking. I'm gonna push the button now. Wait.
Right.
Wait. No.
And I've also been making a very concerted effort to reduce my usage of the word lame. Like with this whole, when I started this slide, I said defensive and non-committal as opposed to the L word. Because those are usually the core tenets of what one would describe. There's more brutal ways to die. Roll up. No, not yet. Grab release is awful. Grab release is so mean. I might have even been there when you did it to Unlimited.
That's fair.
So, think back to. So it's like, not only is it difficult to implement these things that I'm trying to learn, because they've classically, many of the things that I am now playing catch up on were put into this circle of lame. That's just like, those are dumb, and I'm gonna do sick shit instead of the lame shit. So I have to play catch up on all of this while already planting the seeds in my brain that this is not me, that this isn't what I am as a Melee player. And I think I tried to do this a long time ago as a means of like targeting what it is that I wanted to work on and how it is that I wanted to be identified. There was a tournament series, or one single tournament that happened in 2016, 2017, called Red Bull Rivals, I think it was. And it was a classic East Coast versus West Coast thing in like the late 2010s. And you know, back in the day, prior to 2010, East Coast versus West Coast was like the biggest rivalry in the Melee scene, and like even in the Brawl scene when that started to come out. And Red Bull like brought everybody together. They had crew battles, they had teams, they had like VIP caster brackets. It was like a mini summit with a bunch of different side events, not just a singles bracket. And whenever they were introducing a player, it's just like, up next, Lucky versus Wizzy. On the stream, there was a PowerPoint slide, literally like these, that had 3 bullet points of exactly what that player was, where if you never saw that person, if the people playing on stream were obstructed, you did not know who was holding the controller, these bullet points would help you identify who was on screen, right? So like Wizzy, his title card said like progenitor of the 20GX Captain Falcon movement that focuses on a defensive and tech chase oriented playstyle. Absolutely bonkers reaction times and down throw tech chase combos that often lead to kills. Very consistent and very disciplined style of play, right? Like that's descriptors of your entire play style as a person. And a number of years ago, I'm like, well, what would mine say if I was up there? What's my card say? And I like, by coming up with a conceptual card for myself, I feel like that's yet another factor that's kind of put a bunch of these different things in camps for me, that has put up these walls of like, well, I'm like the dude that's like super aggressive and has great movement. I'm not the guy that does dashbacks and back throw combos. Something real quick that I've noticed, people are so good now, you have to put them through a certain amount of stress and mix up to unlock the U style of play. And I think it goes for everyone except 22K because he is Melee. True that. And that's actually something that I've observed, where like a lot of the times, you know, I gun it out of the gate. I fucking absolutely slap it as soon as it says go, game 1. I throw out everything that I do. And so by game 3, I have essentially lost the set because I have given my opponent the same feedback every time. So I can have the best offense in the world. It doesn't matter when they know I'm going to be offensive. And that is something that fucked me up like a year ago. The shit that really fucked me up is like, for years I was just like, dude, I lose out to hyper defensive people. I can't crack open these turtles, man. And then I told myself like, bro, they're turtling because you're playing aggressive. Like, that is A, directly correlating to B. And it's like, shit, I'm doing this to myself. Dinner time. Hope you're able to vent everything you need to. Probably not, Box, but thanks for tuning in.
See you around, Box.
So I need to start to recognize the winning mindset in friendly. And I think there's another slide in the presentation that's kind of related to this. Like, I've kind of got an insular experience. Friendlies is one of the predominant ways that I play Melee. And as a result, I don't have a very defined split between playing to win and playing to practice. Playing to win and playing to practice are kind of in the same space right now. And so it's hard to distinctly say, like, I'm going to treat this very seriously and I'm going to pull out all the stops and I'm going to try to win, or I'm going to shine grab 37 times in a row and I swear to God the first time it works, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Right? And especially in situations where I feel the potential dopamine, where it's like, wouldn't it feel great if I beat them here, right? Wouldn't it be amazing if I took a W, especially if it's the first W of the session? For me, that's another thing. It's like a 100% lose rate in a session is not fun for me, and I need to really make peace with that fact. You should be mixing it up.
Other win conditions, like Barbecue said earlier.
Right, exactly. That, like, I successfully...
The win screen isn't the only indicator of whether or not you had a good time.
That's simple. You should be mixing it up throughout the game. Or your guns later in the game. Yeah. For sure. So I just need to start blocking that voice. Especially the voice that wants to go from a practice environment into a competition environment. Can't switch it into friendly. How are you going to do it in bracket? Well, I'm never going to want to fuck around in bracket, right? I'm obviously not going to be testing out like brand new shit in bracket. Bracket's a whole different ball game of conditioning and mix-ups and all of that. Whereas friendlies, I need to... Next level, I must start with the little things, right? That you kind of have to play. It seems ideally the best way to start a set is to play as generic as humanly possible, and give away.
Play like a bot.
Exactly, play like a fucking CPU. This new stuff in bracket sometimes the only way I've beaten people seated higher than me. One step at a time, Kurt. We are very different people.
Baby steps.
Okay?
Baby steps.
And there is... You're the reason why one of these slides exists. Where is it?
Shouldn't say that.
He was one of the similar players to me in style, for sure. So this is the slide that you're based off of, Kurt. And I know that you always mean the best when you talk to me about some of these things, but there comes a point when your advice is, I don't want to say hurtful, but it's disappointing in its uniformity. Where I'm saying like, oh, I gotta try this or I gotta do that, and it's like, oh, I do that shit all the time in bracket. Oh, I just gotta go to bracket and I do that. Oh, you should sign up for more brackets, right? Kurt, you are intensely bracket focused, right? And bracket is a decided weakness of mine. I can fully accept and admit that. I don't go to a lot of brackets. But constantly reinforcing that as like, this is the thing that's gonna fix all your problems, the thing that you really don't do at all very much. Just start doing that all of the time, and you'll do great. And I'm like, sure, yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get around to that, you know? And it's like, Talking to Kurt, he says you should go to practice more, go to bracket more. Talking to Barbecue, he says you got to do this in Uncle Punch more. Talk to JEC, he says you got to work on your game plans more. Talk to Ian, he says you got to work on your fundies more. You know, like, I'm gonna talk to all of these different people, and they're always going to tell me something different that I need to be working on, or that they suggest I work on, or something that they think helps in the situation, and it becomes an overload. It becomes like, fuck, I don't want to do any of these things now because there's too many of them. I'm gonna go back to labbing and just do shine aerials in fucking Uncle Punch, right? And that's another thing, that's another fucking slide, is forcing myself to break out of this comfort zone. So, just the explanation is very good under the hood. But picking clean is the hard part. Bracket is the best thing to keep playing this game. I was going to 2 a week before COVID. Options select. I also have another slide about going to tournaments. Gotta work on what you gotta work on your way to increase your own skill. I'm stuck, you know? I feel like I've been trying to do different things and they're not netting me any significant results. So that's why we're here. Chatting it through, figuring stuff out. I think...
Wow, same.
I know. I feel like I've largely come on this one, or like largely covered this one. Like, is there anything? It's all just mental redirection, you know? It's always just, the idea has to stick. That the next time I want to win a friendly, or the next time that I'm thinking about winning friendlies, that I have to prevent that. And I have to say, you know, you have to be focused on these different things. And you see that as a problem, I would low-key pick one person you think can help you out the most. Whether that be you like how they explain things, or you understand that person better, could help with the overload. For sure. For sure.
Yeah, pick a favorite out of your friends.
Yeah.
Like, which one's your
I need
favorite?
a best friend. Listen.
I have all my friends in a ranked list.
Barbecue, we're
and you're, like, at the
friends,
top.
but we're like not Uncle Punch friends, you know? I'm sorry. That is a good one, that I shouldn't really like take everybody's advice to heart, but yeah, exactly. Coach is fantastic, but coaches cost money most of the time. At least at my current skill level, a coach costs money. Exactly. Everybody learns different. And we're skipping to another slide again. This is in the frustrations category. What's very frustrating is that peer discourse is so hard to navigate, really, right? Because you can talk to somebody about, I could be talking the very mess that I've been spewing this whole stream so far to somebody, and it's gonna fall on deaf ears. They're literally it's gonna go in one ear and come out the other, and it's just like, I think you're just kind of feeling really sorry for yourself, and you should kind of get this shit together and start going to brackets, right? I'm not going to say names. I'm aware there are some competitive players in the scene that think this way. I have met some people at locals that think this way. It's a very matter-of-fact, pragmatic way of thinking of, well, I'm here to win, and I'm going to do the things to win. And I see that you're not doing all of the things that I am doing to win, so that's what you need to do, right? Another thing is, like, some people just can't suffer complaints that, you know, they don't even want a thought to be validated in a room. I remember a while ago, this was at the first weeklies that I was starting to go to. I was just having a friendly session, and it turned into one of those, like, start ragging on Melee. Like, this is bullshit, that's bullshit, this doesn't work, I hate this, right? And it got to the topic of Falco's recovery. And I was saying, like, dude, I feel like Falco's recovery is garbage. I feel like this, like, my Firebird does not go as far as Fox's. My side B, I get knocked out of it so often. It's so hard to sweet spot. I literally just die arbitrarily on battlefield. And like I was just railing against Falco's recovery, and like one of the guys at the setup is just like, shut up, you're a top 2 character. Like, in essence, their counter argument is, look at the tier list, your arguments make no sense. Your character's recovery is good. This is not, like, these aren't valid complaints that you're making, right? And that's
a top tier character
walls.
Can't have any problems, much less any problems that you can reasonably
right, because I
have
mained a character higher on the tier list than them, right? So it's like somebody, an objectively better character complaining about something that the lower tiered character suffers from even more, right? So it's like, why do you have the right to complain about your character's weaknesses when my character's weaknesses are bigger? So that's one of the things that's really hard to work with. Then if you're throwing all of this hot mess at somebody that is learning melee, they're like, wow, that's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm still struggling to like L cancel and wave dash consistently, So if you're talking to somebody that's below you, what tools do they have to engage with this, right? And I remember at my local, it was literally like the high school cafeteria. There were cliques of people that were like congregating. There were the O2ers over there. That's the top 8 crowd over there. There were the weird fucking crews and like low tier bracket people in the back that are fucking, one of them's drinking out of a 1-gallon jug of iced tea for whatever reason, like straight from the bottle. It looks a little weird, but he's just off in his own corner, so we don't care, right? I was in like that, like kind of O2, like up and comer group of people, right? And the discourse that you have with those people, you're like, you're talking about something and there's all of a sudden a question that you can't answer. And then you go over to one of the top 8 people and it's like, hey, we were thinking about this. And it's like, what's the deal with that? And like the top 8 people are like, what? You think too much. Don't worry about it. No, but like I am worrying about it. You don't need to worry about it, right? There's a breakdown of communication when you start to go up the ladder. People who are equally skilled can provide meaningful discourse about individual things. Like, I notice you do this option a lot, and I was beating you in these scenarios, and I won because I learned that you do this a lot, and I started explicitly countering that. Whereas you start to talk to a much higher seeded player and it becomes more generic. It becomes more cerebral. It's like your conditioning and your adaptation is very weak. You weren't changing what you were doing much. So I just started to immediately start counteracting the things that you were doing in the short term, and you never changed your style at all. Where I'm like, fuck, I didn't even think, how do I, but what about that nair that I did at the beginning of the game? Like, is that good? It's like, I don't even know, man. I can't even remember. I just know that, like, your defense was weak and your adaptation wasn't going well. Right? Whereas
specific interaction.
And from top down, like from like the top 8 to the people who are learning, that's an easy communication because the top 8 people can just vomit game knowledge. And the person who's learning the game is just like, yes. Yes. Yes.
I understand everything perfectly
yes.
now. Doesn't get it at all.
Wait, you just unlocked my brain. Thanks. And then, it's through these different perspectives, like we were just talking in chat. It's like everybody learns this game differently. Everybody thinks about the game differently, and everybody communicates about the game differently. And sometimes I'm looking for a specific kind of communication from somebody who's literally incapable of giving it to me based off of the differences that we are as players and people, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons
that's a really
why...
tough issue.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm really glad you're here, is because you can understand the core concepts of what I'm talking about without having to consider any difference in our skill, right? You're thinking about, you know, how the drive to improve and the growth mindset applies to what we love. And I think that is a step backwards that can really reframe. Like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I had no fucking idea we thought the exact same shit about this stuff. But apparently we do, right? And undoubtedly that is a perspective that is required, not just one that one can benefit from, right? Like rubber ducky programming is a core concept in computer science. If you are struggling to debug something, you grab a rubber ducky, a Nintendo 64 cartridge, a fucking whatever you want, an avatar, you place it on your desk and you explain what it is that you're trying to do as though that avatar has zero knowledge of what is going on. So in the act of trying to break down what it is that you're trying to accomplish to appeal to the lowest common denominator, a lot of the times there's a breakdown in your logic that you didn't think of, right? And that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm looking for. So I'm calling you a rubber duck if that's something you want to take compliment to. Quack, quack. Asking people what part of the game they want answered. That's the shit, barbecue. Well, it's like the same thing. It's like, do you want advice? Do you want validation? Or do you want me to help you solve this, right? When, like, in mental health discourse, it's the same thing. A lot of times people just need to bitch.
Do you want support? Yeah, do you want support? Like, do you want an ear to listen? Or do you want help? Do you want actionable advice? When a lot of people, they'll start complaining and the other person doesn't have the context of whether or not this person is looking for help or for just an ear. And if you get that wrong, if you lose the 50-50 there, someone's getting mad.
Right.
Like, it's not about the nail. Let me just talk about this issue. I don't need an answer to it, or at least I don't need an answer right now. I just need to get it off of my chest. I need
to sit in the muck.
You gotta sit in the muck. Yeah, and I think the visual that showed up in my head talking about this is like a flow chart, or specifically a branching paths, like a tree chart, where you're sitting at this one level and you go down a level and it branches off and it's like, okay, we're talking about it in this way or that way, or we're talking about all these different cerebral like, how's your adaptation, how's your conditioning, all that stuff. But then you go up a level, and that's where we're on, like, the same page, where it's just we get, you know, these basic issues without getting into the nitty-gritty of a completely different topic.
Exactly.
Of, it's like, hey, you know, I know that you're in general having these sorts of issues, and it's not actually your conditioning is weak.
Right. And honestly, like, I've made that social faux pas before. Early on, I would, like, absolutely thrash somebody in bracket, and I'd be like, hey, are you looking for advice? Like, is there any tips that you're looking for? And they're like, nah, man. And they just walk away. They barely even shake my hand, right? Like, and it's for people who aren't in the know, that's a very rude gesture, is to offer advice as soon as you beat somebody. Is something I had to learn, is something many people have to learn, right? But that person just as easily could have said, like, hey, do you just need to complain about your character for a little bit? And they're like, oh my god, yes. Why does my fucking character suck? And I'm like, dude, I know. They're so bad sometimes. Like the 5 minutes that just transpired. That was, like, your character was so terrible, you know?
Yeah, like, I really feel like on, like, this move having just absolutely garbage frame data.
Sometimes I need to hate Peach down smash. And some people are like, okay, but Peach down smash has been in the game since 2001 and it's never changed its properties, so you should just, like, get over yourself. And I'm like, but no!
Yeah, stubbed toes have existed since having feet. And it still hurts.
The blender.
Still sucks.
Get out of here! Peach mains, get out of chat!
Peach mates do not interact.
Ian, You are a valued friend. I have cherished the time that we have spent over the years, and one of these days we will play tennis together. But as a game designer with 7 years of education under my belt, when your character presses down on the C-stick, it breaks every convention of good game design I can ever fucking think of. Oh, man. Peach down smash is only good when other people do it. That's a perfect segue into the next slide.
Yay!
Toxic comparatives is the other major problem that I have. The working class of Melee. Get the fuck out of here. Peach is a fucking trust fund kid, right? Like, he's not going to go far in
Literally
life.
royalty.
But he's skipped so much of the bullshit that other people have to deal with. He's just gonna coast. Like, Fox is the Sigma grind set, you know? Like, Fox... So, this is another thing that's kind of been a struggle for my Melee career. This isn't something that's been a struggle for me lifelong. But, like, if you take all of my friends that have been playing for the 6 years that I have been playing, and you look at our seeding placements, who's at the bottom and who's at the top, and you don't even care about the numbers, you just track movement of, like, this person's now above this person's now below this person shot up to here, right? You just track the movement of my friends in, like, a homie seeded bracket. I haven't gone anywhere, right? In all of this time, I'm still going. I lost to Ian in 2016. I'm gonna lose to him in 2022. You know, I have been seated below him this entire time, and this is a pride thing. This is an ego thing, and I hate it because in the back of my mind, I want to be top 100. I want to be one of the best fucking people to ever play this game. That is one of my driving forces to keep coming back to this game. It's not because I think it's fun. It's not because, I mean, it is fun, but, like, fucking other shit is fun, okay? I know how to have fun outside of Melee, and Melee is honestly a fun I really have to work for sometimes. I'm playing Melee because it's the competition. It's the pursuit of perfection, and the goal of perfection is to be amongst the best out there. And that's been my primary motive to play Melee from day one, to compete from day one. When I said, like, I don't know at what point I explicitly said I'm committing to Melee long term, that this is gonna be the game that I sink my hours into. I don't know when it happened. It might be something that I never really decided for myself, that it was just I somehow ended up coming back to Melee again and again and again over the years, and then afterwards it just was a habit. It was just a part of my lifestyle at that point. Lost my point halfway through. Right. Reason why I'm playing. And despite, so, like, the fact that I want to be a top 100 player makes these comparatives all the worse, right? It's like, if you're trying to be a top 100 player and you're still losing to the same homies, you are failing in your endeavor to become a top 100 player, right? There is a part of my mind that's like trying to say to me and rationalize the fact that I am supposed to slowly be getting better than these people, that my rate of improvement needs to be faster, greater, and more meaningful than their rate of improvement, when oftentimes theirs is better than mine. Barbecue, you have improved at this game faster than me by a large margin. You've improved at this game faster than many people in the Discord. You have like, in terms of seed movement of where you've gone on our friends list, you have gone from absolute ass-kicking bottom to like amongst the top with the rest of them. Like, it's absolutely, and it's one of the things that's even been a blow to my ego, that like I am trying so hard to grow and reach these heights, and like I've always just got stars in my eyes, and I always fucking imagine myself being on those top 8 stages in front of the crowds and the chanting and the cheering and all of that, and then I just see like this guy come out of the woodwork who thinks about this game better than I ever have. The conversations I've had with Barbecue dwarf my mentality in the game. Don't make me cry, fam. It's been crazy hard work. I went through wanting to quit at some point. Not a lot of people know. Yeah, I think you were saying like earlier on when it was just nothing but getting your ass kicked. But it was fearful. It went from like, oh, there's this new guy in the server, Barbecue. Yeah, whatever. Oh, okay, he's hanging around. He needs somebody to play friendlies with, I guess. Yeah, I'll play friendlies with him. Rocked his shit. Absolutely bodied him. And then some time passed. Barbecue's still hanging around. I play him again. It's, oh, he's not free anymore. Oh, no. Oh, no. And then, like, it eventually comes to a point, right now, if me and Barbecue play a long enough session, he outconditions me. His conditioning is more finely tuned than mine, so that even though we're just playing friendlies and dicking around and doing silly stuff, he has the mental capacity to understand my habits and my patterns better than myself. And, you know, that's something that I'm incredibly impressed with you for, but it's something I'm also incredibly jealous of. I don't know if I've ever been close to quitting. I think right now is the closest that I've ever been to quitting. And it's because, and it's not because of Melee. I think it's largely because the rest of my life has been pretty fucking bullshit in the last year. My co-host can attest that I have had some garbage luck on the Karmic D20 in the last calendar year.
Dude, it's been bad.
It's been awful.
Like, it's been bad.
My cat almost died. I lost my wallet and my keys. I broke my wrist. Fuck. What else?
Smattering of other smaller things.
Escaped in a toxic relationship. That was about a year ago now.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, it's been shitty, and so like a lot of people, it's one of this. I think I have it on another slide, but like if anybody here has fucking watched High School Musical, like Zac Efron can't play basketball when he's upset about his high school sweetheart. I gotta get my head in the game. Gotta get your head in the game. And like I was literally feeling that way. Like about a couple of months ago, when I was playing Melee on stream, especially like playing against you, Ian, it was like a lot of all of these machinations again and again and again and again. It's literally Sharpay Evans. So like every time I would stream Melee, it's like I'm still losing to the same shit. I'm not like getting better at this matchup, right? If anything, like that my opponent is starting to break out of the matchup and start like applying to my habits and my conditioning, right? And it was like only if I try my ass off, only if I am sweating to the point where one of my Melee streams I changed my shirt twice because I was so drenched in sweat from just over fucking trying and putting so much energy into each individual game. And that is exhausting. And despite exhausting myself for the stream, for myself, for whatever, I wasn't getting anywhere. If anything, some weeks my performance would be worse. I would have more SDs. I would be making more mistakes. My tech would be more inconsistent, right? And that was like, this past month is pretty much the first time I have ever premeditatively taken a break from Melee. I have never stepped away from the game before out of my own health. But I'm doing a lot better. I think this is one of the final obstacles, or one of the big things that I want to kind of slam myself against to prep for getting back into Melee. I think next week I'm going to start playing Melee again. I'm going to try and take it slow, just lab some more. I might go to Calvar Cup next Sunday. No, never mind. I'm traveling. Oh shit, I actually can't stream next Monday. Lamau, I'm traveling. Get beat by Ian, you, and JEC. Bad for days. And then one thing you would always say out loud was, man, I just want to be at a level where I'm getting outplayed and not smoked. That Discord made me the monster that I am. I don't remember saying that, but thank you.
That's like a hard quote.
And this is a humility thing here. It's disrespectful for me to think this way. Especially about like some of the later bullet points about them doing the same options, except their options are working and mine aren't. You know, them breaking out their Falco secondary and still beating me. No, I said that, and you were like, you ain't beating me. I took that as a challenge. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, this current frame of mind is just objectively disrespectful to my opponents, and it's not something that they'll ever pick up on. They can never read my thoughts, but for me to posit that my main, for the core, the biggest example here, like, for me to posit and assume that my main deserves to beat your secondary is vain. It is arrogant, and it is selfish. And to be frustrated at that is self-generated. I am literally getting angry at a straw man that I have constructed, that I am thinking of myself as better than I am, and as a result, you don't deserve to beat me. Right? If I am getting frustrated that your secondary is beating my main, then it's out of that sense that I should be winning these games, because this is my main character, and the amount of time that I have put into my main character can't possibly be less, or, you know, not as impactful as the time that you've put into your secondary character. That is horrendously disrespectful to assume in and of itself, and it also assumes that that there is no translation of skill. You know, that every hour that you have spent learning Peach is not analogous to playing Falco, when that is simply not the case. And
no, because at the end of the day, you are still more of the as a whole. And there's always something you can learn from character.
In that funk, because I also feel like I am my main. I am Falcon. Exactly. There is like a pride, you know, like, I don't know how you feel when you go up against Future Shock Barbecue, but it must be like a real tough battle. Future Shock is a notable Captain Falcon in our local scene. And like around the level that Ian is, JEC, 12 22K, those guys, like, he's a tough challenge.
Yeah, that's a struggle that I can definitely attest to in playing Smash, especially since we have a young god in our midst that just can play every character. Yeah, I would be playing my main, and everyone else could be switching around to, you know, whatever darn character they please, and I would still be losing, like, you know, 90-10. Or
best Falcons in our region. You played Ultimate with us like twice. What do you mean?
I don't know about that one, Chief. Dead Master 420, you're not.
That skills in one character can translate to other characters. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's neutral, not tech, right? And like nobody gives a shit that like your Fox is never gonna need to sub float and need to know the intricacies of fucking getting a counterattack with a sub float. But yeah, like your Fox also can understand just as well as your Peach that my high nair on shield is a dumbass piece of shit poopy baby option. And that's the even more unpleasant secondary conclusion to draw, is that skills are analogous and they're just better than me. You know?
And that's also something that I can attest to on my side of things. And yeah, I will see artists that, you know, at least at a glance, I will consider to be, you know, roughly equal level to me, or maybe a little bit better. And then I'll see them do like this. They'll do something like one style, and it's like, okay, you know, that's kind of like what I do. It looks good. And then they'll do something another style that I can't do, and it's also good. And then they'll do something else, and it's also really good. I'm like, look.
Stop. Stop.
No.
Be worse.
No.
Suck more.
No, wait, why am I not that good? Why are you? No. And then even just, you know, feeling like they have, if there's someone I've followed for a while, seeing them eventually surpass me and continue growing in places where I have stagnated.
Fucking barbecue.
Pain.
It's like, not only barbecue, like I am jealous not only of the fact of how quickly you have risen in the ranks of like our local group of friends, like I am also intensely jealous of your drive, of the amount of time that you feel willing to devote to the game, but also, like I've said many times, your capacity to think about the game is something that leaves me speechless on multiple occasions. That we will be playing friendlies, and I'm just like, oh, hey, you were doing that option. It's like, oh, well, I was doing that on intentional for like the last 5 games just to get you to start doing that as a follow-up. And I'm like, I want to play this less. One thing that I think is cool about Melee is you'll have the same interaction thousands of times, and the ability to use that data to slightly change options / approaches. Yeah. And I think I am thinking too much, and I'm not thinking enough at the same time. I think my micro thinking about individual small scale situations is overanalyzed, and I have a very big difficulty in understanding and analyzing the big picture. Only mention this because I think the people who play a ton on Slippy that have come up recently have more chances to play than people beforehand.
That's true. How do you feel like? Do you feel like there's any amount of age bias in your mind? Because I know that's a big thing, especially in the art community, and something that I have to fight routinely myself. Is I will see some, you know, snapper artists on Twitter or whatever, and their profile says like 19, and I look at their art, I'm like, don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Oh,
okay.
I've got a
different journey. Don't be mad.
I've got a real life story for you. This was Shine 2019, I think, a literal major tournament. in winners round 1. I think his tag, I'm probably gonna get it wrong, is Joy Boy. Joy Boy is like 16, and he nearly 4-stocked me in bracket. So like, if anything, at least in Melee, with how much it is, not 16, okay, probably was gonna get the tag wrong. It was some literal 16-year-old kid, like, this number one in Rhode Island. But like, you know, there's almost a reverse perspective of just like, these teenagers with their supple cartilage and good reaction times, the bastards, they've got the biological advantage. Like, yeah. That's the joke that we throw out in the Melee community, is like, shit, I'm an old man with slow reaction speeds.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, if this child figures out a better mindset than me, it's toast. I'm over. I'm done. I can't beat them in raw mechanical skill.
Supple cartilage. It's one of my favorite phrases.
Babies.
We already touched on this one a little bit, so I'll go to this slide because I talked about it briefly. Like, this is another mental block, is like, I can't hate these characters and moves in the middle of a game. I have to be able to tell myself, like, you can tweet about it. You can go on Discord about it. You can fucking write a book about it. But you can't hate Peach down smash in game 2 after your first stock. You can't. And like, there is frustrations that must be another slide, right? Like, I briefly touched on the fact that like, it'll come to a point where I just like stop giving a shit about the game. Even in bracket, it'll come to a point that you make characters that hate have a not fun game though. That's the potential. Sometimes you just start with 3 stocks, says the Peach main. Yeah, who starts with 5.
That's me.
But like, against Peaches, if I'm like down 2 stocks to 4 against a Peach, it is so hard to think I can do that. Like, it's the obvious answer to just like, oh, you never gotta quit. You never gotta give up. You always gotta think that you can win a game. Except this Peach just down smashed me twice to get 80%, did an up throw fair to get rid of my second stock, has been using 2 neurons this entire fucking time, and I am struggling just to fucking not get hit by dash attack. Oy. As someone who's gotten reverse 3-stocked by Falcos, didn't say reverse 4-stocked though. Gotta protect the ego.
Or versus Falcons, sometimes they start with 2, or I start with 1.
So it's like, especially in those circumstances where it doesn't even seem Falco can't reverse 4-stock Peach. I hate it. Even if it was 4, he still has the 5th stock. Right? Like, it's just those scenarios where I swear to fucking God, you use less brain cells than me to get these kills, right? And it's that spacey mindset of like, I'm doing so many buttons to get
more buttons. I should be
these
winning.
Like 2 and 3 piece combos, right? Like, I don't have 0 to deaths on Peach. I don't have that kind of a fucking flowchart. I barely have 50% combos on Fox, right? And then these Peaches are just like, ooh, baby, I gotta grab. Right, I'll see you later. And that's one of the things that has me so intensely disappointed with Final Destination, is that if you are a character that has a chain grab, you're going to chain grab, right? In bracket, there is zero logical reason for you to not chain grab in a situation where you're capable of doing it. Like, it's just logical, even considering the fact that Marth's chain grab on Spaceys is relatively challenging with jump cancel grabs and dashbacks and all of these other things. Like, if that's how you can build 40% every stock, who gives a shit? If, for Peach, if that's how you get them off stage at like 80% and above, is just like grab, up throw, nair, or fucking forward throw. Peach is fucking shit. I just hate Peach. This is hatred of
Ian's doing the thing, point and laugh.
Dude, Peach's grab game is so awful. She has a 50-50 mix-up on grab. For her up throw, if you don't fully outward DI her up throw, she gets a regrab for free. If you fully DI out her forward throw, it is a kill throw.
She gets a pass here, nice.
Kurt's Sheik gets a complete pass here. I have never had any problems with Kurt's Sheik, because honestly, I commend Kurt for being, like, in terms of my individual psyche, Kurt is the most effective player at ensuring I never get angry at the game, because Kurt will always do some fucking dumb shit that nobody else does that's supposed to suck, and he somehow makes it work. Like, this man turns the worst options in the game of just, like, you talk to an early player and it's like, oh yeah, I was labbing out this into this, and like, that's not a true combo, and like, anybody worth their salt's gonna react to the first thing and DI out anyways. Like, you'd be better off doing like this into this or that into that. And like, Kurt's just gonna fucking like throw out that combo and it's gonna confirm because he like fucking mixed up your DI 16 times at the beginning of the stock. Is the CPU that waits for you while you went to Dave and Buster's? You might have to elaborate on that one, Barbecue.
I don't,
He is melee. Ugh.
I want to see that Twilight Zone episode.
So it's like, this is another one of those obvious answers where you just have to tell yourself that it's in the game. But I think, again, I have to like start going beyond that, because I don't know if I wrote this down, but like, repetitive negative stimuli is something that my brain is literally not wired to handle well. Some people can take losses with grace. Some people can have a piece of shit day at work, come home to a fight with their significant other, and still have a good night's sleep. I fucking like get lost in traffic on my way to the grocery store, and then stub my toe when I get home, and I'm ready to punch a hole through a window, you know? It's like, and this is the kind of, like, this environment, this competitive fucking pursuit is the exact kind of thing that just has the capacity to push your buttons over and over and over again, especially in the capacity of, like, Peach, you know? Where it's like, the Peach is just gonna keep down smashing on platform. And if you keep jumping into it, it's gonna keep happening over and over and over again. It's like, Another puddle that I've stepped in with my socks on. Another corner of the table that yank my earbuds out. Although, thanks to the invention of wireless earbuds, that horrid experience is shared by far less people. You're so fuck Peach like the rest of us. And every win on them, we write on chalkboard in our basement.
You just have a basement and there's just tally marks scratched into the concrete walls.
Oh, for
so
sure.
There's like, is this like a torture basement or something? It's like, nah, it's just how many times I've eaten Peach.
Peach sucks.
I hate Peach. It's just like, oh yeah, that's totally makes sense.
Ugh.
If I may, so repetitive negative stimuli. How is that applied to Souls-like for you? Is dying in a Souls-like considered negative stimuli? Losing, all or half your souls.
Losing all of my souls is a very quick way to close the game and not play until tomorrow.
Can confirm that has happened.
But especially in the case of Melania, for example, where literally I just had to get my ass beat over and over and over again. To some degree, I have the knowledge that the difficulty is based off of RNG plugged through an AI machine, right? They're literally
there's not someone puppeting these strings.
Right. If Melania adapted to what I was doing and started implementing counterplay to my moves, I would not have finished Elden Ring. But it's that kind of hope of just all right, I'll go through this again and maybe I'll get a good cycle. I think the other thing is that Souls-likes have the Holy Trinity, where it is cheesing, skilling, or leveling. And no matter what, I have the option of walking away from that fight and grinding resources, experience, levels, whatever, and being objectively better for the next time that I go back, to the point where it makes it easier. Whereas, in Melee, if I walk away I'm all right, I'm done, I need to work on the Peach matchup some, Ian doesn't just turn off and fucking never play Melee again until the next time. Yeah, it's just oh, thanks, GG's Arcanist. Hey, Ian, you want to play some friendlies? What's up, Arcanist? And I think it's a buddy of mine, Delighted, who a couple of people here in chat recognize the true homie. I've talked about Delighted. He quit Melee and went to speedrunning. And I actually had a chat with him recently. I explicitly asked him, why did you quit Melee and go to speedrunning when it's the same level of repetition and frustration? And he said, because a speedrun doesn't change. A speedrun does not learn from my mistakes. And a speedrun does not adapt to what it is that I am doing. I can just keep practicing the same setup, the same route, the same thing over and over and over again, and my progress and my improvement is linear. The system that I am going up against will never change, but I will. Whereas I am going up against systems that are changing. And I think that is the principal difference. The others
in your Discord, you're all...
And I need to take something...
But your seeds are all staying in the same relationship to each other.
I need to take something from you, and I'm very happy that you said this when you did. And it's something I need to think about a lot more. And you said once that it is remarkable that I have been able to maintain my seed despite having a reputation for playing a multitude of different video games. And let's just see, going off of Steam. That's installed and purchased, not played. See if I can do this.
You should be able to search.
Okay.
PlayStation played.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Like, in the past few years, just on Steam alone, I'm counting well over 100 different video games with playtime in them. Right? Whereas, I'd be willing to bet the other members of the Melee Discord don't do that. That I play the most amount of other video games than anybody else in, like, this community here. And I'm still able to fucking claw and scrape my way to where I'm at. And that's far more impactful than I ever really gave credit to it. If anything, I always looked at it as a detriment. Where is it? Making the time. You know, it seems like there's this internal dialogue that I'm constantly having with myself of like, you'd be doing better at Melee if you didn't play so many other video games, if you didn't play a bunch of different Souls-likes. You know, you'd be doing better at Melee if you went to Bracket instead of playing fucking like Sekiro. If you did some VOD review instead of getting Platinum and Horizon, right? Like all of those different things. And it's this fucking soup that I have to maintain of like, I need to be happy with where I'm at and what I'm doing. Because I'm never, ever going to be doing everything that I could be doing. And that's another thing that's been on top of my head is like, well, I'm not doing VOD review and practicing Punish It game in Uncle Punch and doing tech consistency in Uncle Punch and going to brackets and having like mentality chats with friends and working on individual matchups and game plans and this and that, right? It's like, and when I start to make progress on something, is like, man, I've really been doing some labbing this week. You know, I've been going at it multiple times. I have been pushing my consistency on new techniques. You know, I've even done like one session of VOD review to like help target new things that I want to work on. And I've been working on those things and pushing up consistency of that. There's still like this demon on my shoulder that's like, and of course it's Patrick Warburton. Well, you know, you could have done bracket. I'm like, but buddy, I'm like so busy and I've got the stream to do, and it's like, you know, all of these other things. Well, yeah, but you could be
that
doing
demon
more.
In your mind that's a voice speaks.
The sufficiency fallacy.
Yeah.
I'm to a T at this point. My practice is all mapped out with alarms on my phone. Jesus. I tried doing that once. I tried setting a daily alarm that would go off and say like, hey, try practicing Melee a little bit. I just kept shutting the alarm off day after day after day. The alarm would go off and I'm like, I don't have the energy to do this right now, or I want to do something else. And I just swipe and forget about it until the next day.
I literally have exercise reminders on my Google Calendar to do like, okay, do these exercises on these days and do this type of exercise on these days.
Nope.
And do I do them? Never. Not a one. It does not happen.
Have Aspen talk about our sessions while and after we played. Oy. So it's like, not only are the people around me telling me that I need to work on these different things. Barbecue says I need to work on conditioning. 22K says I need to go to bracket more. Ian says I suck. JEC says that I need to work on game plans more.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something right.
Stop making fun of Melee players. Barbecue is beautiful. 22K is terrific. Barbecue is bodacious. Ian. Unlimited is ultimate. Oh man.
Yeah, I definitely think the advice.
Not sure what the real thing is.
Stick with it will help.
3 weeks to create a habit. Best down smasher New England. There's also players that you may not have played more because of your move. Low key. Oh, Kurt, I want to move back to Woos. Like, I hate it here. They made me move, like they forced me to relocate because they wanted me physically in the office, and I am now full-time remote, right? Like, the conditions of my employment with my employer have changed to the point where I didn't even need to shouldn't have needed to relocate in the first place. I could have been fucking NGP. I was going to start going to NGP, but 2 factors, and I've got a slide.
I have a slide for that.
But right around the time, a couple of things happened around the time that I said I wanted to start increasing my bracket activity and starting to actually go. And I think I have the capacity to go to NGP. I think I need to get over myself because it is really just a 20-minute drive through Boston. It's through Boston, but it is a very short drive from where I'm at. But that's another slide for a later time. We hate Peach.
Sure.
This is another one. I think I've basically kind of talked about it, but you know, when I have these sessions with like JEC or fuck Peach or Ian or 22K, right? And it's like, especially against JEC. JEC has an amazing game plan against Falco to the point where, you know, I will be in these scenarios where I have an advantage. I'm 2 stocks up, maybe even 3 stocks up in certain situations. And then my brain switches from fuck around mode to win this game mode and make it count mode. And I lose. And then that happens multiple times in a session that I have had an advantage, tried to close it out, and failed. And that fucking stings. That hurts. To just have it happen again and again and again, like, and maintain a 0% win rate, right? Like, it's not that I haven't even taken 1 game, you know, and there's like, I feel like anybody has this impetus of just like, at least take 1, right? Take 1. Yeah. Don't make it a wash.
There's been so many times where I'd be fighting you guys and I would wish that I could just not see how many stocks I had left, so that I wouldn't think about it.
Yeah.
So then I would just keep playing the way that I was, because
yes.
I would do well. I would get close, and then I would just get dumpstered. And then I didn't want to play the game anymore.
Right, and then it's not just the conversation of I had it and then I lost it. It's also a conversation of they didn't have it and then they took it back, right? It's not just as much of my failure as it is their success, right? Mm-hmm. And I've certainly done my fair share of reverse plays, but that's that yet again, another demon that I have to look at. That it's not just like me trying to improve to just fucking go even with these guys and take a couple of games, but like even when I'm starting to do well, they hunker down and it gets that much harder for me. So it's like almost like the goalpost is not moved per se, but that the goalpost was kind of around a corner, you know? And I think like, oh, the goalpost is right there. It's right around the corner. Then you round the bend and it's that much further away. And you're like, fuck.
But
I'm not even like, I have no shot of taking a set off of these people in bracket. That's what goes through my head when that happens. If somebody can like hunker down and clutch a reverse 3-stock, like the unilateral thought that goes through in my mind is like, welp, there goes my bracket. I'm feeling this on a spiritual level. One, there's a lot to feel on a spiritual level, okay? This is a therapeutic stream. This is a spiritual stream. This is a lot of things. We're getting down into it. We're getting
grab yourself a box of tissues, a glass of water, take notes. You know.
I took notes. I took notes before
right
I even
now.
did this. Taking notes right now.
Not kidding.
I got my White Claw.
I have a notebook in front of me.
I'm 0-25 versus one specific person in Philly where this goalpost analogy is exactly the situation. I know. And it's so fucking infuriating that it's just like, it's not just enough that you can get them to last stock. Their last stock is their hardest. They will fight harder. They will play better. They will make better and more cerebral decisions. They will pull out cards that you haven't seen before that they specifically save for these situations. And it's just so infuriating to think, to almost observe it and to forcibly experience it on a linear scale for it to end up being a parabola by the end of it. Right? It's a linear, like you can take stock 1, stock 2, stock 3, 60 seconds apiece. There are 5 minutes left in the match. They're on their last stock. That last stock can last 3 minutes. That last stock can go on forever. And I've done it. And it's so obnoxious. And then it's not
we were
just
mentioning earlier about you playing all of your cards too soon. You don't pull anything back to surprise them. That kind of ties into this here.
The same. Oh, for sure. That's one of the things before I like walked away from Melee and took a break. Like that's exactly what I was telling myself, that like I need to start showing less of my hand to begin with. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure I only know my hand. I've never picked up the other cards in the deck because I said I don't need those. I said I want suits and I want clubs and face cards. And I filled my hand with clubs and face cards. And then all of a sudden, I need a spade to win, and I don't have that. And that's infuriating because these motherfuckers got one of every suit. They got multiple face cards. They can make any play that they want. And they are selectively hiding from me all of the cards that they have. Whereas by the middle of game 2, all of these people know this dude literally only has clubs. That's all he plays, clubs and face cards. This is easy, right?
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to pick up the rest of the deck. On fire with the analogies. Was like that. Up 3 stocks to 1 in game 1, and I got reverse. It was the 4th time that happened. It crushes me. And I am struggling to find a way of reconciling that situation, of feeling okay. You know, like you have to give props, right? They have the capacity to hunker down and really get that reversal out. But especially like in a friendly scenario, when that happens over and over again, where it's like, maybe this time I'll take out their last stock. Maybe this time I'll take out their last stock. You know, and then there's other extraneous factors of like they'll SD once in a game and you're automatically up 1 stock. And then you think like, oh, they SD'd, that's good. No, they SD'd, that just means they hunkered down earlier. They're playing their second stock like their last stock. And then all of a sudden, you just get swamped even harder. And then that's one of the things, like 22K, when I would do friendly sessions with him, he has a proclivity towards asking for best ofs. Like, you want to do a best of 3, you want to do a best of 5, and he'll often impose this rule on the friendly session regardless. He'll do like a best of 3 with his Marth, and then a best of 3 with his Fox, and then a best of 3 with his Falco, right? And he'll just shuffle characters in that kind of a rhythm. But like plenty of times with 22K and other people, it's like, all right, I'm thinking about wrapping up the session. Do you want to end it with a 3 out of 5 or end it with a 2 out of 3, right? I stopped doing that because the tone of the session reverses completely, right? Because if somebody was just there to have a good time, dick around, try some new options, do a bunch of silly stuff, perfectly fine. It was like, hey, do you want to do a best out of 3? All right, hold on. Let me fix my posture. Yeah, sure. Let's go. And then their jets are turned on, and you're not fighting the same person anymore, right? You're not fighting the same player. You're fighting somebody that's trying that much harder. That, again, the goalposts moved. Where you're thinking like, yes, I'm doing good in these friendly sessions. It's going all right. I'm keeping it relatively even. Hey, do you want to do a 3 out of 5? Awesome. Then you get 30'd. And it was like 2 and 3 stocks every game. And you're all of a sudden like, oh, that's good to know that they had ankle weights on during this whole session. And Ian, my sweet honey baby darling, you do this without thinking. And I can't logistically fault you for this. But you have this tendency to disclaim yourself going into a session. And I wish you didn't. Because this guy, I've reached out to him. He's like, hey man, I'd love to work on the Peach matchup right now. I really think I can, put some time into this and get a little bit better at what, kind of envisioning what she's looking for. And, just going up against a really good Peach will help me out. And I was like, yeah, that's cool, man. Listen, I'm sorry, I haven't played for like at all in like the last 3 weeks or something. I'm probably gonna be rusty. And then they just wipe the floor with me, right? So like, if you're good, and you're, especially like with Ian and myself, we know where the seating is gonna be, So it's like, it's almost like that comment is made to try and bring himself down. It's like a self-deprecating kind of thing. For what purpose, right?
Self-deprecation is something that I've definitely been trying to keep an eye out for quite some time, because no matter where it shows up, it just ends up being toxic to whatever situation it's in. Like, self-deprecating humor, self-deprecating, prepping for a bracket, talking about your own abilities, accepting compliments. You have to be okay with where you are, even if it's better than someone else.
Right. Oh, I haven't played in a while.
Knocking yourself
I'm excited
down
to play.
To raise someone else up, it just makes people feel bad.
If I could make a personal request, Ian, that you not mention how long your drought has been. Because I think in those type of sentences, like, they almost give a sense of confidence to the opponent, especially to somebody that's seated lower than you, right? Then we're like, oh shit, this guy's rusty. I might actually be able to take some games off of him. But it's like, Peach is not a character that slows down with rust all that much, right? Like, a rusty Spacey is a terrible, disgusting thing to look at. A rusty Peach does less optimal float mechanics, which, unless you're a fellow Peach main, you've got no fucking idea. right? It's like a piano recital, you know? You go to a piano recital, and this kid is doing Liszt dirtier than any other child performer has ever done. Like, he is vomiting over this piece, and every other pianist in the room knows it. And guess what? All the parents are like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. I love this. They're just doing such a wonderful job. So much grace under pressure. Yay! Yay! Do Twinkle Twinkle Little Star again. Like, you know? One of those things. But again, it's not your fault. It's my fault for interpreting those statements as something that can bolster, my chances. Is looking at this like that makes this situation more favorably for me. And when it's not the case, I'm frustrated at it. So it's once again my ego misinterpreting the current state of events in my favor, despite consistent evidence to the contrary. I have almost never gone even with Ian. Once or twice when I was playing Hot Liquid Fire. But like, pretty consistently, Ian knows what it takes to beat my pathetic little fucking blue bird. And yet, when he says those things to me, I still have some synapse in my brain that's just like, he-hoo, beat him up. He.
Ooh, he is lower now. I can beat him.
And it's again, it circles around to this ego problem of like, I'm supposed to be better than I am. And I think it's something that's kind of that I've struggled with to kind of find a placement for myself. I think a couple of the people in this chat have said to me on multiple occasions like that I've shown a lot of improvement recently, that I'm a much better player than I say that I am, all of these other things that bolster me up, and yet I struggle to call myself an intermediate player. I don't feel like I am adequately qualified to call myself an intermediate melee player. It's fucking...
I have a question for you.
Yeah?
In other parts of your life, academic or whatnot, were you usually towards like the top of your class, middle, how would you frame that?
Top 10% of my class, up until grad school.
You're used to being among the best.
Yeah.
I would keep that in mind. 'Cause that's something I've had to fight with a lot. I was the quote-unquote gifted child, which, unbeknownst, knowingly or unknowingly, my parents didn't mean anything ill by it, but it set up expectations in my own mind that, they may not have even set on me themselves.
Yeah.
But I've always had very high expectations for what I'm capable of, and sure, I did well in school, and I burnt myself out, and I barely did any social activities because of it. Like, thank heavens that I've spent a semester in another state, because otherwise I would have just spent the entire 4 years either in my room or in the lab.
And it's funny, like, I consider like my grades in grad school to be shit. Like, all grad school is when I stopped caring so much about grades. I finished grad school with a 3.5 GPA. That is like B plus A minus average, and to me that's like
incredible.
Shitty grades in
I got
baccalaureate education. I
got 1 B in my bachelor's, and I'm still mad about it.
I got a C.
I got a
in grad
3.95, which is scores above what most people are able to accomplish in college, or even want to accomplish in college.
I got a 3.89.
Dang.
I know. And yeah, academics has always been something that's just kind of clicked for me. The only thing that never clicked was classes that centered around rote memorization, such as biology and history, which I never studied that shit in college, right? College was computer science, numbers, like game design theory, ADHD, neuron synapses firing, right?
Yeah.
I literally became a computer scientist because I was lazy in my math classes. Like in algebra 1 in high school when I was a kid, like it's like, all right, kids, we're gonna learn about the quadratic formula. This is the quadratic formula. I'm like, okay, cool, that's the quadratic formula. And then the teacher's just like, all right, here's the quadratic formula in example 1. Here's the quadratic formula in example 2. Here's the quadratic formula in example 3. I checked out after quadratic formula. I have all I need to get the homework done. I don't need to give a fucking shit about what you're saying.
In there, and then I do them.
And there are some people that literally can't get it, can't put 2 and 2 together. Now, they're very young and very intellectually deficient at that age, but some of them just can't do it, you know. And then there are some people that have a really hard time with integrals, you know. But that was never me. Math just was always super easy, and how?
Yeah.
And the other boon
I had
is
to
like
take an algebra class in college, even though I clept out of it. I ended up clepping out of the wrong one for when I switched majors. So, it was just, you know, ace homework, ace homework, ace homework, ace test, ace homework, ace homework, ace test. It's like I'm just sitting in some random room in one of the buildings, like, you know, 3 or 4 stories up, staring out the window, doing this, like, the same equations for like 2 pages of homework. And it's like, all right, did that one, all right, did that one, all right, did that one. When can I go back to my room?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like when every time the teacher started going over examples, I whipped out my TI-84 calculator and started developing games on the basic IDE that came with it. So I had Hangman, I had a text adventure, I was working on Blackjack, and like the teacher's like, he's literally getting perfect straight A grades. I can't punish him, right? Like logically, I can't do anything.
Like, I want to punish him because he's doing something quote unquote wrong, but he's passing.
Someone fell asleep in class, yeah. And like the punishment, so to speak, was recommending that I take C++, which, damn you, Mr. Stearns, you fucked my career path so sufficiently. I should have gone into engineering. I could be making so much money for the same stupid numbers that the computers handle anyways nowadays.
CAD is CAD.
A counter question.
But anyways, my point there was, if you're used to succeeding in other areas where you apply yourself, and to have this one area where you're not, it feels like such a heavy blow.
Well, that, and another question, a counter question for you is, how involved were your parents in your academic process?
I was homeschooled. So
exactly.
More than most.
So, outside of directly being involved in, you know, your education, how much did they push you to study harder, to do extracurriculars, right? Like eventually you went off to college, right? You weren't under their direct tutelage. How much did they continue to be invested in your education? Like, are you staying on top of your homework? How did this test go? You know, you've got this midterm coming up. Have you studied for that? Like, did they stay on top of your studies as you continue to progress? Okay.
No, they basically had no idea of, like, I would talk about, you know, like what classes I was taking that semester, but they were not keeping track of due dates or midterms or anything.
That's very funny.
They only knew about midterms because after that is when I come home for spring break. They were not involved in helping keep me on track and any of that stuff.
Mine were intensely involved for like the first 2 years, and after I proved to them that I can play 6 hours of Team Fortress 2 per day and still get straight A's, there's not much that they like. What are we gonna do about this kid?
Hovering isn't changing anything.
I won't. My parents weren't hovering. You know, I love this analogy. I'm on fire with the analogies. I've got another great one.
Another one.
There are like 2 primary categories of parenting that people talk about. They talk about snowplow parents and they talk about helicopter parents. Snowplow parents are the ones that are always to get in the way, to get whatever bad, inconvenient. I don't want anything bad happening to my child. I am going to handle every difficulty that ever comes their way. And then the child moves out and has panic attacks on the regular. Then there are the helicopter parents who is just they're constantly like watching, like, are you doing okay? Everything fine? Are you good? What's going on? Can I help? You need anything? How's that? You good? What's going on? Is that report due? What's going on? Right? My parents were biplane parents, okay? They did strafing runs. It is all of a sudden I'm just like, yeah, what are you doing? Whoa! Homework. Okay. Whoa! Like they would regularly just be like, what's up? I'm like, it's fine. Oh, okay. So back to
go back to Melee.
Back to Melee. Some days, like, I guess in these scenarios, I literally just have to remind myself that I am married to the game. That, like, you know, I've even been saying this more, like, you know, as a joke recently, but I think I genuinely need to start embracing this mentality a lot. Like I've said, like, oh, you know, is today a day that I love Melee, or is today a day that I hate Melee? Today I hate Melee. Today I love Melee. You know, it's like, that's a joke interpretation of this relationship when it's like, I need to stay married to it. You know, I need to put the effort in to love it. And even when it's bad, I still know that there are good times ahead and that I have to work to earn those, that they're not just going to be given to me. And I think in the past few months, I've been kind of getting lazy in this relationship, that I have kind of been expecting this to go more easily, more smoothly, and that the good times are just gonna roll when bad times are happening. And now it's like, you know, Melee's not this universal on-demand catharsis for me, you know? That's more like Team Fortress. That's more like Call of Duty, I guess, but I haven't really put too much into that in the most recent years. I've been taking some time away from Melee because of not having fun. It's felt more enjoyable playing when I want to, not to overstep. No, there's no overstepping. Like I said, I had to take a month away from Melee just recently because I kept coming to it hoping that it would be a source of solace for me, when in reality a lot of the times it was just reinforcing a lot of the negative things that I had been feeling in life. And it was all cyclical, you know, like you know, I won just about a couple of months ago, I lost my wallet, my keys. Like, I was out on a bike ride, I had everything. Like, you're going across state lines, you're going to visit parents, whatever, like the full accoutrement of personal items on me was in a drawstring bag that I left somewhere and I never found again. And that week I had to play Melee and like feel cool about losing like $500 to $600 worth of items, identification, payment methods. I had to cancel credit cards. I had to call banks. I had to, order so many replacement things. I had to just constantly remind myself. I'm still miffed that the drawstring bag I lost was a PAX East drawstring bag that was like primo. It was like solid construction, really thick like shoulder cords that don't cut in. There had like extra pockets on the sides. It had a zipper in the front. Shit was fucking primo. And it's like all of that shit. As soon as you lose a game or have one of these bad losses where you have like an SD or you like feel like you've got an advantage and it rolls right back on you, like that's some of the shit that just like surfaces in the mental health soup of just like that game was bullshit and like I flubbed up this interaction and I lost my fucking wallet, man. Just let's go to the next game. Right? It's like my ADHD brain kind of is this just fucking scribble of negative thoughts that you can't really sift through. You can't compartmentalize it. It's like I've described it as a hurricane, really. Like you can't specifically call out individual raindrops or gusts of wind in the storm that are contributing to the chaos. You just have to learn how to hunker down, find better shelter, and survive. There's a quote from like therapy quotes on Twitter that's like, the waves are never going to stop. You need to learn how to swim better, right? And it's like, it was to the point where there was just so much turbulence every time I touched the game, I couldn't do it. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens the next time that comes around, what I'm going to be thinking, what I'm going to be doing to redirect these thoughts, because it's not that I felt bad over the past month. If anything, it was a little relaxing to not have to worry about labbing or VOD review or this or that, matchups and the stream and everything else. But at the same time, I've waited an entire week, 7 straight days of anticipation of just sitting here and talking about Melee, right? Not even playing it, just talking about playing it. And I've been really excited for that. So I think that's kind of an indication that I do want to come back. And I think a lot of things are better. Not a lot of bullshit has happened in the last month or so. I've also been kind of really railing back into physical fitness, and that's very kind of just a natural positive cycle that you can build for yourself. All right, here is the final entrenched thinking slide. And this, I don't know. Melee will always be there. Ain't that the truth? What the fuck is the unranked queue, man? And why does it traumatize me? And this is not just Melee. This is every game. Specifically every game, like, that's a 1v1 scenario. Like, I can...
Technically, TF2 pub servers are unranked.
Yeah.
But you have the anonymity, maybe, of they're just being, like, 8 people on both teams or whatever.
Team Fortress 2 specifically is a case where, like, due to the scale of how many moving parts there are in a game of Team Fortress 2, your individual
really
actions are so, like, it is so difficult for you to be the sole reason why your team wins or loses. It is very difficult. I've definitely had many situations where I'm the reason why my team won. I was the one that led the push, got a significant number of frags on the point, whatever it is that you want to have. I'm having a hard time explicitly saying or coming up in my 5,000 hours of Team Fortress 2, even an iota of a thought that came to me that says I was explicitly the reason why we lost this.
Yeah.
For me, I just have no human connection with them. I hate them. I want them to smoke toxic unranked people. I do have to hop off, but it's been a good time. Best of luck. Thank you for all the time that you've spent here, Ian. You've been great. Pulse going up could be a good thing, just showing you want to win, but it could be other things. I don't think that it's I want to win. I have had I guess I do kind of know why I have a problem with the unranked queue. But it has always been an irrational fear stemming from social anxiety. I have a fear of judgment. An intense.
Does your temperature go up too? Like, does your core get really warm?
It's my pulse quickening for the most part. Like, I can just literally feel my blood pressure rise. Probably the blood will rush to like the back of my neck and my ears, but not to the core much that I can think. And it's like, this impacts every aspect of my life. This isn't just a Melee thing. Like, I struggle in most social situations because of this fear that I, like, even if at the gym, you know, like some people go to the gym and they see it as a social space, like a hangout location. Some people, like myself, shut up, don't talk to me, get away, ew, gross, I'm here, I want to leave, I'm gonna go.
I'm only here because this is where the equipment is. If I had all this equipment in like my room or like an isolated space, I would be using it there.
Yes, barbecue. I like sit down at an entirely empty setup and wait for somebody to come to me, which is like not a very successful or a strategy that has a much lower rate of success. And that's one of the reasons why it feels very hard to invest into local brackets right now.
All right, Alex.
Yeah.
All right, hear me out. Bring me with you to a bracket or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll just start asking people for you.
Oh God.
Hey, this guy over here wants to play Melee.
My friend on setup 13 wants to do some friendlies. Are you available?
I'll do it.
Or ask people. I remember there were like a couple of instances. You know, I made a piano recital joke earlier. I have been in a piano recital in the brief window of time where I did play piano. I was getting lessons through this one instructor, and they invited me to like, hey, would you like to play at this big church recital? And I'm like, you have not given me the social tools to refuse this, so sure. So I went, and I can literally, like, my hands were shaking so hard in just like a church full of old people that like I was physically incapable of playing. You know, I had to stop in the middle of the song, remember the measure that I was on, like slow down the tempo, and like force my way through the rest of the performance. And they fucking did their clapping and bullshit and whatever, and like, you know, in their minds it's like, oh my gosh, that was really great, that was fantastic, I love it. And then in my mind is like, you're shit, you're stupid, you suck, what the hell? And like
yeah, and they're just watching like
seeing
this as a
three
child.
different setups with one person at them, then see a fourth person sit at their own setup.
Yeah, you think Melee players are like the outgoing social butterflies, Alex?
I would
Is that what
pay
you think of other
money,
people?
pay money to see that. Oh, treating the Melee setups like the urinals right now.
Yeah, make sure you have at least one setup between them as well.
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh.
It's like whatever seat they're sitting on, they make sure they're not sitting in like the adjacent seat.
Yep,
from the setup,
exactly.
even though it's two different. It was too close. Too close.
Then the
That
other.
guy's definitely just waiting on someone to come over here. They're just like in the bathroom, like grabbing a snack or whatever. They're gonna be over here any minute, and they're gonna play, and I shouldn't even ask him.
Right. Then the other time, this was at a friend's birthday party in high school at their house, right? It's like all of my high school friends, like I knew pretty much everybody there, and they had a karaoke machine, and like everybody at the party was taking turns with this shit. And so eventually they're like, go on, Alex, go do your thing, just go ahead. I'm like, all right, fine. So I tell the DJ I want to do this song. I had never used a karaoke machine before, and so like the karaoke versions of songs usually sound very different. A lot of time it's just a piece of shit like MIDI orchestration of the same song.
They reconstructed it because they didn't have the stems to just remove.
Right. And so like I had listened to this one song on my iPod dozens of times. I knew it by heart, and then the karaoke version comes on, and the intro sounds different, and the bass line sounds different, and the percussion is different, and
it's incomprehensible to you, and you're not recognizing any patterns, and you can't complete the patterns, and I should have started a measure ago.
I had a panic attack on the spot and sat down.
Aww.
Yep. And obviously it's not as much of a crippling fear in my current age, but it's still there to the extent that I literally can't play with the least committal strangers on the internet. Like, Melee Unranked has more quit outs than any competitive game
Holy cow, it
on
has
the
so many, dude.
on the market right now. People will lose one neutral interaction, LRA start, and disconnect. The people who populate Slippy Unranked are the saltiest, jabroniest, armchairiest people that you've ever seen on Reddit, and somehow I'm scared of them thinking things about me. Why?
Yeah, people will still play like 1 or 2 matches against Isaac Potemkin, and I'll watch you or someone else play Melee Unranked, and they're just, no.
Oh, I can only imagine what Longbottom goes through as a Mewtwo main. How many people, like, literally don't even give him the time of day. They queue in, they see Mewtwo, and then they quit in DC. It's like, I'm not fighting a Mewtwo, that's dumb.
Yeah, why would I fight Mewtwo? This is meaningless.
And it's like, the unranked like, it's not like this is a quality resource that I am depriving myself of, right? It's not this fantastic revolutionary thing. It's not the thing that's blocking me right now. It's not the principal obstacle, but it's one that's always been there.
Yeah.
And it's like, literally a more visceral reaction.
Not a CPU or a friend.
It's a more visceral reaction than bracket. And I have bracket nerves. I have tournament nerves out the wazoo, and it feels worse in unranked. And I don't know why. That's the thing that gets me, is that somehow the matches with the fucking Salt Lord quit outs instills more anxiety in me than when I am playing serious, putting it on the line, driving and paying to be there. You know, is seeing my opponent's face so important? It's not, because I can do friendly sessions with people on the Discord. I knew Barbecue for like 6 months before I ever met him in person, right? And sometimes he'd play lame as fuck. Sometimes he'd just sit there and dash dance, and I'm like, bitch, what are you doing? He's like, I'm downloading. I'm like, shit.
Crazy. So, can you remember the first time that you felt like that doing an unranked queue? Is that specifically in Melee, or have you experienced that in other competitive games that you've played?
Would never do For Glory.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still like a part of Smash. I'm trying to think of like any 1v1 games that I've played a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just straight up didn't play traditional fighters, like old 2D fighters, until Skullgirls, and that was like Tengu and Isaac that got us into that, and that was only ever games between homies, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever had any interest in doing the unranked queue there.
Yeah. The first time you can think of feeling that way,
I guess it would be MGE in TF2. That I would go to an MGE server, go to like Badlands Spire, and then go fucking 4-20 against some UGC Plat soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And that was...
And had you had any 1v1 experience at that point where you hadn't felt that way, or do you think that was like the first time where it felt like you had that, pulse quickening and the stress just kind of started eating at you?
Trying to think of like literally any kind of situation that could have come up like that. Like, I don't remember feeling that way in Mario Kart Online, and I played that extensively, despite it being like a one versus everybody sort of format. I don't recall feeling that way playing Gun Game in Call of Duty, which it's another free-for-all. I think I generally stayed away from free-for-alls when I played Call of Duty. Like, Call of Duty was my very first multiplayer experience, and I always just liked the idea of working cooperatively on a team and not, having it all be on my shoulders.
Not having it all on your...
Of course. I'm the only one that's gonna win this game,
Yeah. Did you do anything that, like, 1v1 outside of video games? Was there any other hobbies or outs or whatever you do stuff like?
You know what? I guess I do have older 1v1 experience, which is 1v1s against my brother, who would usually always beat me. Like, back in the fucking days of split screen multiplayer, Like, granted, we were both screen cheating. Like,
yes.
And
as you do.
But it always seemed like he had an edge on me in things. He beat me in Smash when we were kids. He beat me in Medal of Honor when we were kids. I specifically, like, I can even crystal clear remember one game against my brother where it was like one-shot snipers only, and it was like 10-1. It was bad. I've spammed cool tech to try and get people to sit down and play.
So, and you mentioned, like, back at basically the beginning of the stream, that fighting against your brother in those games, are you so frustrated that you would cry? And I don't know if that necessarily applied to other games other than MASH. He was just consistently better than you across the board.
If somebody stole my star in Mario Party, there were tears. Guaranteed. My mother had to take the Mario Party cartridge and hide it in the kitchen cabinets. because we could not get along and play the game at the same time.
So, would you consider your brother at that point to be like more of a gamer than you, or just generally he's older and thus?
I think it was just generally he was older. We were both around. I think I was always more interested in video games, but we both like had the same opportunities, right? Like it's not like I have more fun with video games, so I get to spend more time on the PlayStation 2 than you.
Yeah, no, you both get your same.
We have this. We have
30
equal
minutes
time
a day
share.
of playing cool math games or whatever.
There definitely was a threshold though, where it's like either we got the next, like it was the Wii, I think, was like the tipping point where he just. He started to overall reduce the amount of time that he spent playing games, and then I'm like, hey, cool, me.
So, as follow-up question, in those times where you were playing against him and you were getting frustrated, what sort of thoughts were going through your head, if you can recall?
Oh, geez.
Like, what specifically was driving you mad, or promises you made to yourself, or going through the stages of grief and bargaining, or what have you?
I remember there was a game, like I meant that one crazy game of Modern Warfare, Medal of Honor, where like it was just abject bewilderment, where I'm like so angry because I have no objective idea how he's doing these things, where it seems like I'm trying to do the same thing that he is and he's just a faster shot than I am, right? And he like explained what it was that he was doing, which back in those days there was still red crosshair, which is toxic as hell. In Smash, I don't know.
Okay, then bringing it back up to MGE, what was your mindset going into that?
Oh, toxic comparatives all the way. Like granted, I never said to myself, like, I'm a UGC Steels participant. How dare this happen? But it's like, again, I think I always put higher stock in my capabilities than I should have. Especially in, like, my DM. Now, granted, I can rocket jump every single person on this team and in this chat under the table. But, like, when it comes to actual raw DM skills, like, I'm not that fantastic. I'm not that great at air shots. I'm not that good at, like, you know, feet positioning and, like, staying on top of weird, glitchy geometry that you only have a few pixels to stand on, right? And, like, you know, somebody can absolutely decimate you just by having better minutia like that.
Did they ever say anything in chat?
If they did, it always made it feel way worse. Always. Like, I remember even just recently at Bowman Brawl, there was that dude that, like, absolutely handed it to us, and then he came into our chat after the fact. He's like, yo, those were good games, guys. You were doing great. And it's like, fuck you. You, like, stomped us. Don't you fucking say we were doing fine. I'm pretty sure their team went on to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, something like that. Question. Do you feel like they're going to find out? Like in bracket specifically, they are, you know, it's face to face, or they already know who you are or whatever, and like they know what's up with you. They know what you do. Or you know, they can at least have an avenue to find out more about you by, you know, talking to you or your friends or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But in an anonymous queue, they have no idea who they're up against, and you feel like you're going to fail their expectations of you as a player. Like, ooh, it's a Falco. Is this just going to be another net play Falco, or someone trying out Falco for the first time, or is this going to be one of those sick, nasty top 20 in my state players or something?
I think at least with Melee and my experience with the unranked Melee queue, and this is a sentiment that many people have echoed, is that you ascribe the worst qualities to any given situation due to the anonymity, right? Whereas if I'm in a situation, if it's a friendly scenario, me versus some other guy, and I am seated higher than them in bracket, right? And we're doing friendlies, I'm clearly beating them, and, there's one situation. Fun fact, Fox is incapable of teching Falco's down throw. Can't do it. Due to knockback, his position at the end of the grab, weight differences, just stupid melee bullshit. Fox cannot tech Falco's down throw, which is a reactable throw. Like, if you miss tech on Falco down throw, like, either I threw it out so fast that your brain was already mixed up and you couldn't get the signal out in time, or like you genuinely missed the tech. Like, you just didn't push the button. It is such a reactable thing. And there's like a cheese strat where you can down throw Fox, and then he just like pops out right in front of you in stand animation. So you can down throw, dash forward, grab, down throw, dash forward, grab, down throw, dash forward, grab, down throw, and literally do that infinitely as long as the Fox doesn't know what to do afterwards. Now, Fox can essentially do a frame one shine as soon as they get out of the throw and immediately reverse the situation on me. They can buffer a spot dodge after the fact and dodge the next grab. There's all sorts of different options that the Fox has in that small period of time before the regrab. But if you're not prepared for that, I'm going to down throw you 7 times, right? And if I do that to you in real life, I'm giggling like a schoolgirl. I am pissing my pants at this because it's stupid and silly and it's dumb. But if somebody did that to me in unranked, I would be coping, seething, and malding. Probably. Especially in the case of spamming the same move over and over and over again. Again, like, if that's a friendly scenario at a tournament and I am just hitting you with F smash over and over again, I would be like jokingly saying like, don't roll there, don't jump there, don't do that, right? But again, in the unranked queue, it's just silence while I am getting duffed in the face over and over by the same option, right? So I don't know. And so by ascribing the most negative qualities to my opponent's actions, it becomes a mirror in my psyche. I am facing that person and they undoubtedly are thinking shitty things about me.
Okay, all right. So like you said, if you were to do that to someone else, you'd be like, down through them sometimes in a row. You'd be giggling like a little schoolgirl. If you did that to someone in unranked, would you still be giggling?
Yes, absolutely.
So
this stupid, dumb little Fox main.
Best case,
Your
worst case, most likely scenario. Best case, they are also giggling like a schoolgirl when they do it to you. Worst case, they're just so mad at you for falling for this, how you're garbage and trash, etc. L plus ratio.
L plus ratio.
Most likely scenario. No, well. I'm, saying what's going on here. I'm really getting this on them, aren't I? Huh. The next match.
Right.
Like, how much thought do you really think that other people put
Good
into
night,
their
Ark.
matches?
I sent you a message on
Netplay?
Discord when you get to it. It's much appreciated. No rush and enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks for playing Melee as always. I am looking forward to reading your messages, Kurt. And also, I am looking forward to inserting my own periods into your grammar. I love this guy to death, but he doesn't use commas.
Because I took all of them.
I know. The other people who excessively
I've taken
use
the commas
commas
and the periods and combined them into semicolons. I use semicolons.
I
no
love
one else
semicolons. Semicolons are misunderstood.
I will write a comma and be like, no, I should make that a semicolon. I'm like, well, am I gonna seem weird if I use a semicolon here? It's like, whatever. It's where the semicolon goes.
I don't know if I've ever been
lazy
brave
thoughts.
enough to do 2 semicolons in the same sentence. That's crazy. That's wild.
Ooh, I don't know if I've done that. I've definitely done comma, semicolon, comma.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think I've followed it up with another semicolon.
There were
Meta
some
has much expansion
sentences.
to be made.
There were a couple of sentences in my thesis report that were like, I had to read through them like 5 or 6 times. Like, this sentence is 8 lines long, and it's grammatically correct. How?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I gotta end a sentence somewhere, dude.
I think there
I
were
could
even a
just
couple
keep
of times
going.
where it's like, no, you gotta split that. You gotta rerun. No, that can't work.
No, you can't do that. You can read it fine.
All right.
What were we talking about again? Right.
The unranked queue.
That's something that's definitely helped me overcome a lot of my social anxiety. Because good lord, it's been such a problem. Like especially in social situation. Concept of okay, how likely is this stranger to remember me in the slightest? How often do I remember strangers that I see?
Eric
How
lives by
outrageous
that.
do they actually have to be for me to remember them? Because I've seen some pretty crazy people like Walmart or whatever, and forgotten about them. Like, I don't remember every weird old lady I see outside of, you know, the deli section or what have you. Like, people don't have the bandwidth for that. So why should I worry about their perception of me in that regard when I'm not sticking around?
But what if I
they're just
wanna?
gonna go on their day and
But
do
I'm
their
sick
errands.
as hell. I'm the best one to ever touch the sticks.
So, I mean, in that case, you know, then you can do stuff that, you know, makes you happy, it makes you proud, and enjoy being yourself. And, you know, that either they'll remember you being who you want to be, or they just won't remember you, period, and you don't have to worry about it.
I've said a while
Because they're not
ago.
gonna see you again and be like, hey, you, I remember you from the
Unranked.
McDonald's. You looked dumb.
May of 2023, a Tuesday, 8 p.m. I remember.
Yeah, do you remember any gamer tags from Unranked? Do you remember any?
I literally can't call any of them to mind.
So what does it matter? They have no idea who you are. They can have no impact on you whatsoever.
Man. I think it just once again circles back to that desire to win. You know, that it's like, if I'm ascribing the worst qualities to this person, then I have to beat them. I can't let them win. Right?
I can't just.
And if I lose, then I just let this piece of shit beat me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you let an awful person beat you instead of an average
A
Joe
cool
beat you,
person or my
cool guy beat you.
friends. It's much better when my friends beat me. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Oh, I could be here all night, man.
I hope that helped.
It does.
Somewhat.
I've said a couple of years ago, like, I said it as a joke, but like there is a lot of truth in it. I like joke that like y'all are done when I start treating every game like it's a friendly. And my problem is that I treat every game like it's bracket. I swear to you, there are things that I do in Melee when I don't give a shit that I will never do if I'm taking things seriously. There are follow-ups and combo routes and neutral options and just straight on reaction times and follow-ups and decision making that is wholeheartedly, undecidedly better, or decidedly better. It knocks my competitive mindset decision making out of the water. But I don't know how to keep that switch off. Because if I have to force it off, then I'm unsuccessful, right? If I have to constantly be telling myself not to take this seriously, then that's energy I am expending towards that mindset, which is not energy that I am expending towards the game. But like,
pink elephant.
there are, like, I can specifically remember, going to a couple of local tournaments and the friendlies that you do to warm up for bracket. I have done cooler shit in those friendlies than I ever have in a bracket match. And like, despite telling myself this over and over again, it's very difficult to stop caring so much.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Distance yourself from that.
You hit me with another nugget of wisdom. It's like the fucking James Cameron's Avatar. Name one character. Name one. name one right now. Do it. Can you? You can't. No. I'm like, shit. Damn. I can't remember none of them.
Every once in a while, I can get you.
Oh man.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see if that one.
That pretty much covers the entrenched thinking section, and we've also been bouncing all over the place, so I'm pretty like.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly how much we have left, but we've definitely been making further project progress than.
I don't think we'll get the rest of it in a half hour.
9.
Up to you.
So just keep going.
You, like, after the 4-hour mark, you have every freedom to log off whenever you want. I think I might go over time and just, like, still process through some of this stuff.
Let's see how it goes. I don't have work tomorrow, so at least I have that going for me.
Yeah, so that whole first 3-hour chunk, just a little nugget, was like all centered around these patterns of thought that I'm stuck in, and I think I'm glad that was the brunt of the time spent. I think that's where a lot of my improvement can come from, and a lot of where restructuring my thoughts can help the most. This section is a lot of just being angry at the state of things, shit that I can't really change or don't have the capacity to change in a very meaningful manner. So it's more about making peace with the state of things rather than seeking to change them. One of these things we went over was the whole slide about peer discussion, how it seems very difficult to even be on the same wavelength as somebody to hit these meaningful points, like you could have an identical conversation about Shine at a Shield, for example, with 6 different people, and they're all gonna talk about it in 6 different ways, and they're all gonna talk about it in how the Shine at a Shield relates to their own identity within Smash, within Melee. Whereas it's literally the 7th person that you haven't talked to yet that's finally gonna get you and say the thing that you've been waiting to hear, you know? One of the 6 people says, like, yeah, I shine a shield with tap jump, and then you never talk to that person again for your life.
If you can help it.
So, this is... I don't know if this is entrenched thinking, but this is something that's pissed me off, and it's pissed off competitors the world over. It's really just the frustration of going from the lab to in-game, right? And I think I already talked about this point about, like, you know, lessons. You know, I know that I need to be shine grabbing more. I know that I keep missing my Westball's shine, like, input, and I end up doing a double jump out of the second shine. I know that I need to start refreshing ledge more. I know that I need to be more cognizant of how safe my lasers are going to be before I even start firing them, right? I have all of these things that I understand I need to be doing, and I can't do any of them, you know? And I think a good chunk of it is absolutely my fixation with winning. I think that has been a very major roadblock that has stopped me from implementing new things, because implementing something new means I purposefully lose over and over and over again until I learn how to use it. But I get impatient and I get very frustrated at this state of affairs, because specifically with Melee, it's a bunch of bullshit. Like, I had this conversation a long time ago when I was first starting out the game of, like, approach options. And how am I supposed to know what is the correct option to approach with? And here's the secret. You literally never can, most of the time. And it's like,
Hey,
you know...
quick question.
Yeah.
The music thing says it keeps playing like Shiba Inu. Is that a different song every time, or is it... say Shiba Inu?
It says jump now. Might have been because it was minimized and it wasn't updating.
Okay, so I think I saw the numbers have changed, but I definitely just kept looking at it and just said Shiba Inu. Like, well, that's what it said last time I looked at it.
Oh. Okay, I need to change one setting. That's what it is. It needs to always be on top, I think.
Ah. Figures.
I know. Yeah, that's been that way for a long time.
Whoop. Well, if you want to know what the song you liked was, go check out the album itself.
Just go check out the album. It's great. I love Riot Sessions. This one is a decidedly, like, what's the shit? Future funky kinda, like, Snail's House is on this album.
Oh, Snail's House, dang.
I like Snail's House.
I don't know, it's... For someone who listens to a lot of music that people would categorize as too much, it's too much.
Really? I think it's bouncy.
Yeah. Like, it's
but
bouncy,
yeah, there are
but
some...
it's bouncy in a kind of obnoxiously saccharine...
oh, I love it. It's sweet.
Like...
I think there's a song called Bubble Bee, which I just... Oh, I adore.
Oh. It reminds me of, it reminds me of animes that I hate, or something. Like, everything's too, like, hyper ugu kawaii, and I'm like, please stop.
That's funny.
But I love Carrie Pamu Pamu, so I don't know what's up.
You're weird. Okay, you're weird.
Do you even know who that is?
Yes, I'm well aware of Kyary Pamyu Pamyu.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, introduce her to some people I thought would have known her. Yeah, music. It's interesting that Talia is the character that they chose next after Vi and Diana.
So Melee.
Melee. I think this idea of, you kind of keep coming back to about learning to be okay with losing and not be so tied to, you know, winning as the good thing, the fun thing, the only thing that matters.
Right.
And certainly, you know, in my own life, with the art stuff and whatnot, is learning to be okay with failing, just in general. I feel like, you know, I have to succeed on everything that I start putting effort into, and if I put effort into it and then it sucks, then that means I'm bad.
Right.
And
But it's like
lame.
We've decided to keep pulling this lever over and over and over again. And it's like, I'm not gonna win the slots every single time. And yet, like, I can't be mad at the coin for coming up tails occasionally, you know? Especially when I'm like, well, fuck you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. And even certainly knowing that you're going into a situation where it's weighted against you, you know you're playing someone who's higher seated than you, and still expecting a certain win ratio. When mathematically that's unlikely. You know, already flipping a coin 50-50 10 times in a row, it's still mathematically possible for it to flip tails every single
10 times.
It's 50%.
So it's, you know, 50% and then 50% again and again and again, and it can still happen. What's the Picard quote?
Shut up. I think about it all the time. Shut up.
Possible to commit no mistakes, still lose.
Not weakness.
And, you know,
Life.
even if you are making mistakes, you know, that doesn't mean the entire situation is a failure.
I can't remember what he said that in response to, but it was something dumb that had no reason for the gravitas.
Yeah, it was Data playing against some guy in like a
Stratagema.
Yeah, Stratagema. Yeah, space chess sports brain. Space board game.
Mm-hmm.
You just print out that Picard quote and just tape it to your mirror.
I know. And it's like, it's very frustrating because I feel like I'm not validated unless I win one, you know? Like, you know, especially against JEC and Ian, right? Like, I want to feel like I can do it, you know? Like, if I'm going up against an opponent and I am unilaterally convinced that I can't beat this person, like, that doesn't seem productive to me, you know?
Yeah, you feel like you're stagnating.
Well, in reality,
you're not making progress against them. You don't. You are trying to reach top 100, and whether or not they are trying to achieve top 100, or if they're just playing because they like it and just kind of keep going because they like it, you still feel like you need to have some goalposts that you're passing to judge the distance traveled. Like,
but even then, like, the
car
onus
on the highway, and the guy next to you is moving the same speed, and you look over him, and it's like, am I
the
going
onus
fast?
should be on me to reframe my thinking, you know, like it's
Yeah.
the obvious answer of like, well, you don't focus on the lessons related to winning when you're playing people like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like you
Yeah.
focus on your defensive game, you focus on your fortitude, you focus on, you know, staying alive. And I guess again, it's just something I need to start hammering into myself a lot, that like against these guys that I'm just gonna lose against all of the time. I need to do something, at the very least, I need to do something different. Because I think if, first and foremost, I need to stop trying to win, right? Like that's the core concept throughout this whole presentation, is I need to stop desiring or even feeling like I deserve a win. But more specifically, I need to be able to concretely tell myself to start doing different things. Like I've tried to start telling myself to like mix up your approaches, like do laser dash dancing more, mix up the amount of lasers that you're firing before starting something else, right? Like trying to mix up and make it unclear when I'm going to approach, right? But
Yeah.
you know, that's still
Replicate
me developing my offensive game. I still feel like I'm just shit with my defensive game. I've said it out loud that I have the worst defense game in the Discord server, and I don't know how true that is. Based off of the lower seeded players that we have in the group, that's definitely not true. But some days it really does feel like that, and it's very frustrating. And I think that may be another aspect, is that I need to rely far more heavily on my defensive play when I am fighting somebody better than me. And fighting against somebody better than me is going to be a constant reminder that my defensive game is lacking. So that's probably going to prompt me to try everything in my power to sweat my balls off trying to get reversals and to try and turn a defensive situation into an offensive situation. But that's just, again, it's going to be me starting to put so much energy on the line for each individual game to go after a play style that I'm already familiar with, that isn't going to be the X factor against my opponent. You know, like my offensive game is not what's going to beat Ian. He kicks the shit out of me all the time. He's real good at it. But being able to bait out his shit, being able to avoid a lot of the, you know, more unsafe things that he throws out, that's something that I really need to develop. And frankly, it is even something that I had put on that like ephemeral player card that I described earlier. You know, I wanted to be described as somebody who had overwhelming offense, but also could never be touched. You know, I always, and you know, that's a straight translation from Team Fortress 2. You know, I love moving around in Team Fortress 2. Similarly, I love moving around in Melee, and playing offensively is how you get to move around pretty much the most, or playing entirely evasively, running away. And then, you know, when you're a little, you know, baby Melee player, you're like, I'm never holding S. That's for dumb, silly baby boys. I'm gonna hold W like a Giga Chad. No. Like, you kind of get to move playing non-committal and defensive, but it's a lot of just dash dancing in place, you know? I need to start finding the beauty in playing defensively. I need to learn to love lame. Which is tough. But like Kurt has said, that it's like a rock paper scissors, that like sick beats lame, lame beats standard, standard beats sick, I think. And you know, it's like you can't shy away from lame options. They have to be something that's in your kit, but it's, you can turn a lame option into a sick option. Kurt talks about that all the time. 22K is that if you use something super lame but then do something sick immediately afterwards, you are net sick. Okay, like that's how the math works out. And it's funny because like everybody says,
Dang, I didn't know he was some sort of scientician.
It was a pretty funny, you know, whole kind of thing that was happening when Zane was getting up to the #1 slot, you know? Zane's neutral is so goddamned lame. He is the most non-committal, dash dance heavy, like safe in every aspect of his play, never taking risks in neutral Marth. And except the moment he opened you up, you exploded. And everybody paid attention to the explosions and not the disgusting, campy dash dancing that led up to the explosions. There was this quote from Toph. I don't know if you're familiar with Scar and Toph. He's a notable commentator for Melee, and he's like,
I heard you guys talk about them on it.
My favorite thing that Zane does is that, you know, you'll throw out a move and then he'll dash back. Except the thing that Zane does that other Marths don't do is that he dashes back again.
Bro, you just blew him up in there. Crazy.
I think I'm good on that one. This, I think we talked about this. You know, this was kind of that, you know, 4 people, and there's the one guy on the setup and 4 separate TVs, you know? But like, I actually kind of have a solution to that, and that's this. This is my stick. Literally, nobody has this. And like, there were a couple of tournaments that I went to, you know, just after the fog cleared for COVID, right? Like when, you know, tournaments were just starting to open back up, full proof of vaccination required, mask at, you know, 24/7. Most of the tournaments are still on this this rule set, right?
Yeah.
And I went like to like a couple weeklies, and every time, either like after bracket or before bracket, I'm just sitting down at a TV, people are like, bro, what is that? And I'm like, wait till I tell ya. You know? And it's, so now it's, I kind of need to tell myself that the biggest obstacle I face is my commute. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's something that kind of helped me out of this anxiety stuff, is, you know, just have something with you as a conversation starter. Like,
that's what I feel like I need. I need a way of ingratiating myself, aside from social skills, aside from just directly talking to people.
But I'm in a weird space there because I also have... How do I put this nice? I at least think I have taste, and I don't consider wearing the green Legend of Zelda shirt that you got at GameStop a conversation starter.
Alright, I need to be right back because William is causing property damage.
Like subtle, but you still recognizable as far as
William!
emblazoned wear. Avoid the ghost chair. Caught between this plane and the next.
William is very sorry and apologizes for transgressions, except he doesn't, and he will continue to do them in the future.
He's getting so big.
I know, he's gonna be a big boy.
Big handsome boy.
No, you are here.
You're being held and loved and scritched.
But
And
as much as the Smash Stick is a means, is a social tool, it's also something that I have become increasingly frustrated with over the past year. First and primarily is the fact that the sensor is objectively inaccurate. I've probably gone over the technical details with you a few times, you know, with the sensor inaccuracy with a rotating shaft, and it's really frustrating to know that there is something that I am bashing my head against that is, you know, out of my control. But I was kind of thinking about it not too long ago, and it's like, again, this is another one of those selfish ideals that I have that I didn't really think was so selfish. You know, I've been very frustrated with how this controller is and how it's not shaping up to the way that I want it to be, and this thought hit me like, wait, literally every Melee player thinks this. It does not matter what controller they put into their hands. They hate some stupid, minute bullshit about their controller.
yeah, because they played with it for dozens and dozens of hours, and they know the ins and outs, and they know exactly what's wrong.
Yeah.
And, ooh, if I could just fix this one thing that's
Exactly.
wrong.
And I had those
My controller
problems
would be
when I
good.
had a GameCube controller. Like, I
Yeah.
had those things, like, I'm just gonna swap out the face buttons, and I think we're gonna be good. I'm just gonna, you know, get some better trigger springs, and we're gonna be fine. I'm gonna get a snapback capacitor, and that's gonna fix things. And it's just like, by the time you've created this Frankenstein controller that's supposed to address all these individual issues, emergent problems happen as a result of all of these other things, you know? You replace your stick box and add notches, and then all of a sudden, how far in are we? In the stream or the presentation? Presentation, I think we're 3/4 of the way through, I guess, based off of like other talking points that we've hit along the way.
Pretty good progress, considering.
Yeah. No, I think I've got some good stuff. I can blaze, not necessarily blaze through, but do a good job on the rest of the stuff. I will say, this stick has its fair share of problems, you know, like every alternate controller for Melee seems doomed to have some problem with, not with the controller itself, but with getting the controller to the market. The first alternative controller to ever really be advertised was the Smash Box, which is a WASD style digital controller. It is the only WASD style digital controller. The box and all of its derivatives have a 4-finger layout, right? Where it's like one for each, as opposed to the triangle or the Tetris piece formation. And that has its own problems with translating from digital to, or analog to digital. What did you put more effort into, this or your master's thesis? Fox, I appreciate the joke. I put a week into this, and I put a year of my life and at least one of my lifespan into my master's thesis. And you haven't read it. Oh my god, so many fingernails. I can only imagine the amount of keratin wasted on that paper.
All those cans, it would have been so much easier to open.
Then you copy.
Then you go copy.
Just Google this. That's funny that it turned it into a fucking hyperlink. But
Yeah, if you click on it, it'll
just go right there. An error occurred. Yep. It was an
this site can't be reached. No kidding.
You literally just search that. It's in public domain. It's available for free online. But yeah, so like this stick has gone through some bullshit problems with getting to market. More specifically, like I've been using this as, I guess it's just kind of, you know, another ego problem. But like I told myself, I'm gonna start going more into brackets and getting myself out there more once I get my next model of stick, right? This is the beta version 2.5. We're going to be going to the beta version 3.0, which is the Kickstarter backer version of the beta units. He slated it in January, was when he said these units were going to get here. You know, and by like contractually, essentially, like social obligation essentially forces me to be a fervent supporter of this project as not just a beta tester, but Josh has kind of told me that I am the face of what he wants the Smash Stick to be perceived as, right? He doesn't want a beta tester to be like, oh, this is a really cool controller with like a couple of cool like things that it can do, and I can see the potential that it could have in a in the competitive scene, but I'm gonna stick to my GameCube controller. No, like I am literally the guy that could not continue his Melee career without an alternate option, and that the other alternate options were unacceptable. I was not going to commit to playing Melee digitally. I literally tried it for a year and it felt permanently artificial. It felt like something was missing, something was not there, something that I needed an analog stick to have. And, you know, literally I was like tearing up when like the first day that I started using this, you know, because I had already memorized the right hand layout. I had copied that over to my digital controller, but the stick, you know, I told myself like obviously there's going to be an adjustment period. I took that controller out of the box, I plugged it in, I got it working with Dolphin, and obviously like my precision wasn't that fantastic. I wasn't hitting shield drops and perfect wave dash angles and slight angles on Firebirds, right? But there was a level of visceral comfort in my inputs and just being able to control the game that I hadn't felt in years. You know, like this controller is my home. I'm never going to pick another controller. I'm only ever going to get better versions of this controller. I'm going to mod it so that it's got cooler features and better haptics and all of this, right? Like the Smash Stick, it has saved my Melee career. And that's what Josh has said, like, you know, that's the reason why I am, you know, so supportive, or why I've never regretted making you one of the beta testers, is that, like, you're never gonna switch off. This is your controller, and I want, you know, your experience to be, you know, something that I can use to spread to other people. You prefer this controller over the original GameCube controller? I was forced to give up the original GameCube controller because I was diagnosed with the early signs of tendinitis using the GameCube controller at Melee tournaments. I sought my primary care physician and a chiropractor, and they both hinted at, like, the similar condition. I was never officially diagnosed with tendinitis, but both of them said like, yeah, these are trademark symptoms of tendinitis. And it was at that point where I was forced to make a decision of stop playing Melee or find a more ergonomic solution. And logic told me I needed an analog solution. And the Smash Stick is the only alternative analog solution to Melee. And that was before I had my wrist cut open.
Yay.
Now it's even more important. So, with all the delays to get this to market, I kept saying like, oh, I'm just waiting for the next model and then I'm going to go to brackets. Oh, I'm just waiting for the next model and then I'm going to go to brackets. And then 6 months go by and I've essentially used the same shitty excuse the entire time, which at this point is a non-excuse. Like the newer betas are confirmed to have the same stick inaccuracy. They haven't gotten their machine learning drivers completed yet. And they're planning on completing those while the betas are in circulation before the official retail release. The betas are going to be shipping with the hardware for perfect sensor and accuracy, but until they have the right drivers, part of the hardware is like unusable, right?
Yeah.
So inconsistencies with the controller, waiting on the next model, it's been another thing that's been in the soup that's kind of been making it harder to get back into Melee, like as every week passes over and over and over again, it's just like, I'll be getting the new stick soon, I won't have to deal with this bullshit. Machine learning, yes, the drivers for the analog sensors, so I'm gonna gush about this. The stick itself is non-mechanical. There is no contact between the stick and any of the sensors. It is called a Hall effect, Hall effect sensor, which uses a magnet and sensors that can read the electromagnetic field based off of the positioning of the magnet within the sensor's range. And from that electromagnetic differences, they derive analog coordinates from it. It's a very sophisticated piece of technology. Due to the fact that there are no mechanical parts and nothing is interacting with each other in this stick, it will never have a dead zone for the lifetime of its use. It is impossible mechanically for this stick to have a dead zone. And there were so many theories about what could be causing the sensor inaccuracy. Ultimately, it's the way the magnet is oriented, right? I think it's like you split it in half, right? Like a diameter line where one half is north and one half is south. That is the current magnet. The machine learning magnets are going to be cut the circle, like a sandwich, I guess. Whereas the top half will be north and the bottom half will be south. The machine learning algorithm, currently the bipolar magnet is the sensors derive X and Y components. The machine learning algorithm is going to derive X, Y, and Z components.
Yeah.
Wouldn't some tournament organizers have an issue with it inside of a controller? Here's the thing that's great, is that the box and the F1, the controllers that are trying to do a digital solution to an analog game, are so much more controversial right now. Nobody gives a shit. So you come to market and say, hey, here's my alternate controller. Whoa, 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 buddy, hold on. It's got an analog stick. Oh, all right, cool, go on in.
Yeah, because even then, the fact that there's machine learning is just machine learning to know where the stick is. And I don't think it's learning on... There's any capability of really having it you learning or making the stick do a thing. It's just how to parse the incredibly complex,
right,
idiosyncrasies of magnetic fields.
and it's specifically machine learning so that it can be 100% accurate, right? Like we want it to be
not going to fudge
100.0 accurate. It is not 99.99% accurate. 0.0, right? It needs to be absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And even then, GameCube controllers are more controversial right now because everybody's doing notches and getting special firmware that allows them to take off things like tap jump or move buttons around on the controller where nobody else in the scene has these capabilities. So it's like, again, top players have access to higher quality controllers, and the people who make these controllers have nepotistic tendencies. They're going to help out the top and notable players before they help out Joe Schmo, who goes 1-2 at his local, you know? So right now, I am using the safest controller in the game. Which is pretty funny.
Winning!
And I guess, despite its problems, I think that's one of the solaces that I need to tell myself. One is that literally the vanilla controller is going through more bullshit than mine right now. And that, like, we haven't caused any drama. Like, you saw Hax's Crusade last summer. Like, you were undoubtedly kept in the fold about that event. That was a whole thing. And we haven't done nothing. We haven't picked fights with nobody. We haven't caused drama anywhere. We've just got some vocal community members. I'm gonna put it that way.
Some people
Sometimes the way you describe the Melee scene sounds like it's propagated by insane people. It's mostly comp sci and STEM majors. That's a pretty, like, that Venn diagram is mostly a circle.
I mean, think about what Melee is.
Is a 20-year-old esport made out of a children's party game.
Made out of bugs.
Yeah. Which is the single greatest accident in gaming.
Yeah.
You have to be a little crazy to play Melee. To look at to look at the floor, right? Like I was describing earlier in the stream. To breach the barrier between 0-2 and 1-2 in bracket. That distance, you gotta be crazy to say, I'm going to lose 100% of the time until I get here. So, this section is related to like questions that I've got about the game, about my mentality that I just can't seem to get consistent answers for. That, you know, it's hard to find an authority on these matters, and, you know, just based off of my personal experiences, it's difficult to find a conclusion that I can feel happy with. Surprise, I've been saving this slide just for you, Box. ADHD. I don't know any other Melee player that has ADHD. Like, Kevin, maybe, but he dabbles, right? He is not a Melee player. Like, as far as I understand, I do not know anyone in the NetPlay Discord who has openly admitted to having ADHD, right? Now, with Isaac and Meat Shield and Dadmaster, you know, over the years, there has been countless discourse that we have had back and forth on how ADHD has impacted how we view games. It has impacted on how we view multiplayer, has impacted on how we view achievements, has impacted on how we view you know, in survival crafting mechanics, right? Conversation after conversation of like, you know, my brain thinks this way about this.
Oh, my brain thinks the same way too.
But like, the only experience that I have had about ADHD in competitive Smash came from a Reddit thread, which I was the chief contributor to. It was somebody who had ADHD who was saying they seemed to be really struggling with certain aspects of the game. And I ended up writing this long post about like, here's how I currently handle things as somebody with ADHD. Maybe there's some stuff in here that can help. And my comment was one of the most upvoted comments in the thread. And like many people like reached out and said like, I also have ADHD. A lot of this stuff makes sense, and a lot of this stuff I haven't heard before. Thank you. You have different hurdles to overcome with multiplayer gaming. Absolutely. And like that's autism versus ADHD. Those are completely different ball games on how you process different stimuli. It's different even between two people who have ADHD. Me and Isaac think very different about video games, despite us being very similar basket cases of ADHD. Like Matt is an entirely socially motivated player when it comes to video games, and I am no I am like achievement and exploration motivated, right?
Yeah.
And so this is like something that's makes me feel alone, and it also makes me worry that a lot of the things that I talk about, a lot of the struggles that I have in this game are going to come off as complaining, because it's a neurodivergent individual talking about their mental health struggles to a neurotype, and that usually doesn't go well.
I mean, I've kind of been surrounded by people with ADHD pretty much my entire life. So.
Information overload. Yeah. I have another slide for that very thing coming up, Box.
I see. Did you already do the definition of insanity?
No.
I was thinking that was in the previous.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah.
I think this is very similar to the toxic imperatives slide.
Yeah.
And it also links in with the sufficiency fallacy of just like not feeling like I'm doing enough. I think what I do need to do is something that I know works for me, which is ramping up. I am very good at ramping up my involvement with something. It's very difficult for me to go from like a 0 to a 10 of like effort put on behalf of something. But if I go from 0 to a 1 to a 2 to a 4 to a 6 to a 10, it's a much easier and more natural process. And obviously that's again, it's like an obvious answer that sounds like,
yeah, that makes sense for everybody all the time, always. That's a great answer.
Yeah, that's universal, actually.
With ASD, tend to have trouble filtering sensory input, so might not be able to keep up with certain fast-paced, hectic games. Yeah, I get information overload in Melee, but the H in ADHD is very fascinated with this game. Wouldn't you believe? Yeah, one of the things that I'm gonna start playing Melee again, and then I want to start doing brackets, and then I'm gonna start with a net play bracket. You know, I'm not gonna start with an in-person bracket. Then I'm gonna start with the occasional VOD review. Don't spend 2 hours of a show of a Melee stream doing VOD review. Just do like a half an hour of one game to start the show out, right?
Yeah.
then just like try to work in doing some lab time during the week. I want to focus a lot on baby steps this upcoming month and the next few months, and I think that might really work out in my favor.
Yeah. And the reason why I specifically back to that one was when I was kind of getting through the slides, kind of getting myself inspiration for this.
Right, this is the one that you latched onto.
Yeah, this was the one that I screenshotted and made notes over.
Yeah.
In reference to my own experience.
Right.
Art side of things.
But it sucks. Stagnation is awful.
Hate it.
But
I would like to move
there
forward.
is this quote. I don't know if you've heard this one.
Yep.
It was another therapy quotes one where therapist said, "You are living a life less than what you deserve because it's convenient." And that shit hurts.
Ouchies.
Ouchies.
Don't
Yeah.
do that. Stop it.
I think about that a lot. As soon as like I
It's like
start
your mantra.
Yeah.
You're
No,
always
it's get my
fighting.
head in the game, okay? Get on track, box.
Yeah, it's always moving forward, not being placed or avoiding.
Because I think about like all of the time that I've spent just going through the motions comfortably and where I could be if I had spent that time progressing.
Yeah.
And that's maybe that is another toxic comparative, but it's a toxic comparative that pushes me forward.
Mhm.
At least something that I have, that I use as an impetus to act.
Yeah. I think it is worth being mindful of taking a break, being with that, and not feeling guilty for resting.
Yes. No, that's been going around, that like we are
Yeah.
mammals living in a society, in an environment that is antithetical to mammal design. Sometimes mammals just sit in their cave and don't do shit.
As a predator, as a carnivore.
Yeah, like lions.
Have you
like
seen
this.
why do you think we have like savannah tours of people in jeeps driving through and looking at lions?
Right.
And not in any real danger, because the lion's not gonna chase them. They're gonna sit there. They're taking a nap.
Right. Lions
He's
spend
sleeping.
4 hours of their, out of a day. Like lion, the symbol of the alpha male, right?
Yeah.
Leader of
As
the
it-
pack. 4 hours a day spent hunting. 20 hours
it
a
turns
day
out-
sleeping and doing jack shit. Fucking
Pretty
with
much.
other members of the pride.
As it turns out, hunting takes a lot of energy. Like a lot of energy. So yeah, you want to get your one guaranteed kill, and you're not gonna like push yourself a little further to try to get another kill, because you're gonna be tired by that point, and it's not gonna work, and then you've wasted all this energy, and now you're gonna starve. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the pride hates you, also. 'Cause you're stupid.
So, with the ADHD thing, this is kind of gonna be unvisited or unresolved until I really do find somebody else in the scene who has ADHD. And that day, I'm gonna make a friend and we're gonna talk for a long time.
Yeah.
And as a result of this slide, it has kind of made me ruminate on this concept that the competitive mindset is ableist.
Mhm.
That there is, and I guess this is kind of a straw man argument, and I brought this straw man up earlier in the stream about the type of guy that like can't suffer complaints, right? Where why is it that you are complaining about things that your character either is not struggling from Or, why is it that you're dedicating negative energy towards something when you could be dedicating positive energy towards moving past it, right? Where does the line get drawn between I am genuinely struggling with this and I am complaining about this, or I need to, get off of my bullshit and actually hunker down and work on this, right? In this stream has been over 4 hours of me talking about Melee. How much of that has been me whining? Even when I was directly saying, I hate Peach, there were people in chat that agreed. Yeah, fuck Peach. She sucks. I hate it. Is there always gonna be a really experienced Peach main that can just pop into the voice channel and say, you're just shit, kid? Does the best kid from the other cul-de-sac that can wipe the floor with us, is it always the next person up on the rung that invalidates everything? I'm surprised I'm thinking of this, or why I didn't think of this. One of the reasons why I hate political discourse and why I hate talking about politics is that it's like a ladder. The more articles you read, the more videos you watch, the more video essays that you invest in, the more knowledgeable that you're on the topic, you kind of keep climbing the rungs of this ladder. And people, if you are on a lower rung and you're angry about something, and you bring that to somebody who's higher up on the ladder, it's just like, well, you see, it's actually a much different issue than you think it is. First of all, you're stupid. Second of all, I'm correct. Third of all, right? It's fucking obnoxious. And
Amen, brother.
It's a reason why I've stopped talking about politics with certain individuals in our shared lives. Because it literally does not matter what opinion comes out of my mouth ever. Either this person is going to say, you don't know enough about this topic, so I'm going to sound aloof and elitist when I respond to you, or I directly disagree with you and I'm going to treat your opinions as hostile. I don't give a shit, okay? And so, does that ladder exist in competition? Is there always somebody better than me that has the capacity to tell me to stop complaining? Right? Because I don't have the accolades to tell them that they're wrong, other than to say, well, hey man, it gets hard sometimes. And then what do they say? Yeah, well, it was hard for me and I'm top 100.
I mean, if getting top 100 was that easy, the bar between competitors would be pretty close. So there's definitely something else
the
there.
ableist in nature.
If it was just work hard like I did to get here, then these brackets would be way more tight. Everyone would be 3-2 or whatever. But it's not.
So I guess this take might be
more on one thing than another.
This take might be a little bit more of a self-conscious worry, that something kind of goes hand in hand with ADHD,
Yeah.
When I specifically say I struggle with this game, or some of my struggles with this game are directly correlated with ADHD, it feels awkward. It feels weird, especially talking to not necessarily a neurotype, but somebody who does not have ADHD. If you don't have ADHD and you are not well read on ADHD, there is an iceberg of fucking shit that you do not understand. The outward, the public facing view of ADHD is a kid who can't sit still in class.
And then you start reading ADHD Alien, and you're like, oh.
Dude, ADHD Alien hurts me. I actually cannot read ADHD Alien. Oh, I have cried reading ADHD Alien because it's so correct.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
and that's like, probably another thing that it stems from, is that, like, the world seems ableist to me, you know? And that's this skewed perspective on mental health right now. That, like, executive function is a spectrum, that it is not a minimum.
Yeah. And then even talking to people about an ADHD related specific problem gameplay, if they don't have it, if they don't have ADHD, they're not going to have, like, that's literally a problem they've never considered.
And like
that's a problem they didn't know people could have potentially.
They can think that they can relate to it, you know? Like, I have a slide that I'm gonna like scroll down to pretty soon about sensory overload. That I encounter situations where my brain is scrambled egg. I have no godforsaken idea what I need to be doing in this game, and so it just becomes this, like, fight or flight struggle for basic survival. Verbally attacks audience. Oh, Jesus. I have to check that one out later. You know, like with ADHD, if I get sensory overload, like, my brain just, like, pulls the eject lever. Like, just do a full purge, sir. No, just get rid of it all. Probably best to just do it that way. Like, I have this problem with performance. I have this problem with, you know, even just speaking with people. There was, when I was a grad student, there was a particular professor that I had that this individual kind of exuded pride and confidence, you know? And it's not necessarily a sin to be prideful, but the problem with academia is that it becomes very prideful and very elitist very quickly, the more accolades and the more that you've accomplished. This was somebody who was very well accomplished in their industry. They had, like, they were one of those types of people that had an entire ceiling to floor bookshelf full of books that they read all of them. Like, legitimately read all of them. Like, they teach students on how to properly research speed read books, right? Like, there is a means of reading a book and internalizing everything it has to give you 300 pages in about an hour. You can train yourself to do that. It is an intensely difficult skill that I attempted to do as a grad student, but I could not. One of the biggest reasons being that it requires you to deface books. You often have to write in them. Which I didn't, no.
No, I need to have, like, a second book as a backup copy of this playing. But then I have to buy 2 books. I'm not buying 2 books.
No, I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that. Also, Slight Derail. It's a really good clip.
This is a really good clip. I will check it afterwards.
Anyways.
So, there was sufficiency fallacy. We got that. Finding a time for this. Got that. Long sessions. This one is something it's not an unanswered question. I guess I put this in the wrong spot. I need to put this in the frustrations section. It's frustrating that I try to win so much, right? That is one of the reasons why I don't have very much long-term energy for melee. And it's also that I slam on my buttons. Those two factors are like the biggest reasons why I can't play melee over a long period of time, is that my physical hand starts to get tired from slamming on the buttons over and over and over again, but it's so antithetical to be easy and light on the buttons in a game that you have to be lightning fast in, right? It's like how I have to train myself to do 2-frame and frame perfect inputs while also tapping on the buttons, right? And my instinct is to slam, is to just go at it, get that button pushed as fast as you can. Especially the
when
more...
you're playing like ERS or something, you don't, or spoons, you don't carefully grab the spoon.
Right.
You are hurting someone getting that spoon. Full muscle activation.
Exactly. And this is just, again, it's something that I have to, like, meditate on. I think specifically meditate on, because it's hard to tell yourself in the middle of a session. Or I guess I could ask this favor of you, is that in the future, if you find yourself co-hosting on Melee stream, remind me to not slam on my button. Because it's hard to, like, especially in the moment, especially when I'm trying to win, the moment that I am using the winning mentality and trying to go for W's, like, my ergonomics go out the window. It's just another aspect of that, going back to the core concept. You know, I keep trying to tell myself over and over again, don't slam on the buttons, don't slam on the buttons, don't slam on the buttons, and yet I still continue to slam on the buttons. Blah. So, this last section is about game plan related stuff. This is, thank you for posting in the Discord. This is the least cerebral part of the presentation and the most mechanically oriented, the most melee oriented. I will go right to the one that we were talking about earlier, Box. Like, this traditionally only happens against Fox or Falco, against Spaceys, against characters that have the capacity to throw their APM through the roof. And Melee is a bullshit piece of crap game because APM can win you the game in some scenarios. Not better decision making, not better conditioning, not better adaptation, pushing more buttons than your opponent, right? That doesn't take any kind of mental skill. It doesn't take any kind of, well, doesn't take any kind of cognitive skill. It is mechanical skill, right? It doesn't require knowing anything about your opponent. It just requires you being a little spastic crackhead gremlin on the keys. And it's so fast and so in my face and so all over the place that again, like I said, my brain is just dump the core. Nope, eject the warp core. We gotta get rid of it all. Sir, we're dead in space. I don't know, man.
We'd be deader if we still had the warp core.
Literally, it's Guitar Hero 3, and yes, quite similar. It comes to a point where, a good example is, like, if you're studying a foreign language, like, you can never get hung up on an individual word. Like, wait, what does that word mean? Oh shit, they're on the next sentence, right? It's much more akin to that, where it's like you're having a conversation with somebody and they say something to you that makes no sense. You're like, what did you just fucking say to me? And like every instant that I spend trying to decipher what it is that you just said to me is now putting me behind the curve on everything that comes after. And at that point, I'm so far behind that I have to do something. And I don't know what that something is yet. So far, I just feel completely lost behind the curve, and then I get my ass beat. Right? I try desperately to, like, you know, like I was talking before about how, you know, style versus substance of spending so much time or not spending any time on my defensive game makes me feel very uncomfortable when I have to play defensively, and then I start almost irresponsibly trying to go for reversals and turnarounds so that I can resume my offensive game, right? And I think this bewilderment is exactly that type of scenario that promotes that, is that I have no idea what's going on. Try and hold W, you know? Mm-hmm. And I guess in reality, this is just a further recognition that I need to work on my defensive game. Because if I'm bewildered by something that my opponent is doing, that's usually defense on my part. I hate defense. There's so much in Melee. Couldn't you just give us a burst button? Like, ugh. Got like SDI to learn and shit.
You're really good at all these metaphors. Have you considered poetry?
I used to write poetry in high school.
Nice. Poetry good.
I did freeform though, like no timing or rhyme scheme.
Yeah, I've read some really good form poems.
I've always been happy with my ability to turn a phrase.
I was, all the ones that I did, I just really like and finding the right word, meaning of the line and the rhythm of it. Game plan.
Game plan.
Game.
So this is an unanswered. This was originally in my unanswered questions section, but then I moved it here. I think you bore witness to the last time I railed out against this phenomenon. It doesn't surprise me that you wrote poetry. Your stream of consciousness statements when you really want to highlight something are nothing short of legendary. Well, thank you, Box. I am going to blush and kawaii and ugu after the stream is over.
Can you rescind that statement?
I regret complimenting you on your vocabulary, sir.
My vocabulary is so vast that I will use a different language.
So, ISD and Melee a lot. And I swear to the gods above that it's more than the average Joe. I swear to you. A part of me wants to believe that, you know, to feel some validation.
The fact that
it's called the arc matchup.
The arc matchup, it doesn't help things.
Right. And that's another thing that's like, you know, it's a funny joke that we've done over the years, but like, it's been objectively detrimental to my mentality the entire time. Is that, oh, goody, I'm known for killing myself.
In the game where you lose,
just
if you lose
live long enough, and I will throw the game for you. That's me. That's the Arcanist matchup. Multiple people know that joke. And that sucks.
Yeah.
And I was like, how do I... Like, one of the most common suicides, at least for Falco mains, is that you side B off stage when you're trying to do an approaching or retreating laser. Lasers are neutral special. Side B, you're completely inactionable after the fact, right? So if you're even a couple of frames off at returning your stick to neutral for a reverse laser, a turnaround laser, a retreating laser, an approaching laser, whatever you want, it's going to be a side B. And if you're facing off stage, it's done, you know? And what do I tell myself in that situation? What's the lesson that I get from there? That, oh, I really need to grind out those 2 frames when I return my stick to neutral, right? Like, is that a valuable insight from that? Or is it just like, oh, goody, I fucking pulled the lever on this slot machine enough times and it came up a dud again? You know? Do I respond to it with fear? Meaning, like, I start doing much less approaching and retreating lasers, much less lasers that have movement a part of them, do more stationary lasers, so that the only input that I'm worried about is a fastfall pointing downwards. There's never going to be a time when I accidentally kill myself by using shine. You know, plenty of situations it'll be like, I think you were talking to me, we had the brief conversation of like, do you ever feel like you play this game too fast? And like, my hands will play the game faster than my brain can like send the signals, where it's like, I'll be trying to do a wave dash and I'll be interrupted out of it. The inputs for a wave dash is jump and hard shield. And if you hard shield in the air, you do a stationary air dodge. And if you get knocked, if velocity is applied to you, the air dodge in place doesn't negate that. It certainly slows it down, but even just like an F tilt, after my brain has already decided to do a wave dash, it'll just knock me off stage. I'll do that neutral air dodge in space off the stage, and then I'm done. What do I tell myself there? What's the lesson that I can take away from that scenario? I wasn't supposed to wave dash there, right? The only insight that I could potentially take out of a situation like that is that I need to be very cognizant of my spacing, which I get. But like, again, it's I feel like it's going to engender a fear of wave dashing by the ledge.
Just learning how to stop yourself, stop whatever thought process going at that moment to get hit.
And there are some
incredibly difficult.
There are some SDs that I have worked on, and I've done a great job with. One is lasers at stage ledge, you know, where a lot of the times I would laser in place right at the stage, at the edge of stage, right? Lasering towards center stage from ledge to try and get in. And I'll just like wiggle my stick in just the wrong way that I fast fall off of the stage and directly into the black zone, right? And, you know, over the years, I've kind of really tightened up my minute movements, especially those that are over by the edge, or at least minute aerial drift, right? So I'll get a short hop and my brain will even see like the vertical line of like, you're in danger of potentially fast falling off of the stage, drift forward with this one a little bit if you can, right? Like, that's kind of a signal that I can send myself, but it's difficult to try and find that signal, to try and find that answer to all of the different ways that I kill myself.
Yeah. Everyone seems
And
to be
again,
perfect retribution.
Melee is such a high risk, high reward game in so many aspects of the play. Like, an SD could literally just be, you did not execute this technique correctly.
Yeah.
And that's just a simple
So
matter of,
easy
okay, back to the
to-
lab. Then I go back to the lab, and then I kill myself in the same way. Okay, back to the lab? What is it? You know?
What's up with the lab? What's up with...
And it circles right back to the previous thing. Is my ADHD, is there some like muscle synapse that's like, you know, contributing to this?
Yeah.
So it's like, either I need to learn to be able to concisely target exactly what I can tell myself to prevent these things from happening in the future, because a lot of the times the direct cause is unreactable. So I have to find something that can predate an unreactable situation, which is fun. Aside from, you know, clairvoyance, I'm struggling to find an option. Either that, or I have to be...
You have to be able to identify situations that would put you in an unreact.
Or I become the SD god.
True.
Which, frankly, I do like that title, but it seems like a very tough road to walk. As I have walked.
This lonely road.
Ugh. Can you resend that sentence? And it's like, again, I can work on it all as much as I want. It's... Some of them are so ephemeral. Some of them are so strange and mysterious that, like... You know, it's gonna happen again, no matter how much I practice. And how do I look at that as, you know, how do I make peace with that? Because, like, SDs are the end all be all, the failure is on your shoulders phenomena, right? You can't accidentally kill yourself in Street Fighter. You can't accidentally, like, wall splat in Strive. You can't
That's a really good point. You can't SD.
You can't SD in fighting
basically
games.
any traditional 2D fighter.
Yeah.
Only in platform fighters do you have that ability. It's
You
like even for characters that have abilities that, like, it costs health to do this thing,
Right.
or it puts you in a sensitive,
The fastest
dangerous
way-
state where you can be easily hit or something. You still have to get hit. You can't just drain your blood until you're dead.
Right. The two fastest ways that I can picture sabotaging the game in Strive are Nago and Chaos. Funnily enough, my mains.
Huh.
Um,
I'm sure I don't think there's a pattern there, though.
Nago would be to get to Bloodlust as fast as humanly possible, and Chaos would be to spam Copy, right? So, Copy costs 10% of your health, and it creates a clone of you that tanks one hit. So, even by directly damaging myself, I still receive a benefit from it. And Nago, in order to achieve Bloodlust as fast as humanly possible, I have to spam special cancels on my opponent like a crackhead, which also does not seem like a very terrible situation for me to be in to start with.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that there are ways that I can directly punish myself, they come with immense upsides. And that's usually the point of good design when it comes to damaging yourself, is that there should be something disproportionately good to come out of it. And then in Melee, you miss a ledge dash and you're done. And I feel like I'm at the point where I need to be hitting ledge dashes, or rather that, like, you know, skill levels can be so neck and neck in an individual moment that the difference between a win and a loss is my capacity to ledge dash and your inability to, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to stuff like that, again, I can go right to the lab. I have labbed ledge dashes so much this year, and I'm going to continue to lab them because they're fucking awesome. But it's still something that has the potential to kill me outright every time I touch it. It is, in terms of SDs, I want to say ledge dashes has contributed to the most amount of losses at the top player level than anything else in the game. I have watched top 10 players throw their controller across the stage after missing a ledge dash in the final game and losing the set. Right? Like, it is emotionally crushing. And I don't know how to mitigate that because it's going to continue to happen. Especially in bracket. You know, one of my friends, Fruity, I think he was in chat earlier in the stream. He says, and he always says, as soon as he SDs, I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Right? Just joshing with it, like, I never needed that. No, I can beat you with 3 stocks. Just, like, exude that confidence, right? And I think that's one aspect of it. But again, with the other slide of consistent negative stimuli, like, I can only keep that mentality up for so many consecutive SDs. Especially if I do multiple SDs in one match. It's just like, I didn't need that one. I kinda needed that next one, though. Right?
Yeah.
It's like how, and that's another one that goes straight to, you know, I don't have the energy for this game for this round, for this match, right? I don't have the energy to pull this one out anymore. I don't want to put that much on the line and play that much harder and that much safer and that much better. Plenty of times, you know, more recently, I just try to say, like, you know, play your best, do what you can. But a lot of times I tell myself that and I just get smacked and I just lose. You know, and obviously that's the right mentality, right? That's the correct thing that you should tell yourself, but I feel like I could still be telling myself something better, something more effective. Like you can draw a line incorrectly 37,000 times in a row. You always have the capacity to just press Control Z. You know? It's so difficult to have to be forced to commit to your failures. That you have just, it was not your opponent, it was not the environment, it was not a stage hazard, it was your fingers, and you have to keep playing. I don't know if you have a parallel like that as an artist.
I mean, theoretically, I can
after
keep
you've
undoing.
uploaded to DeviantArt.
Theoretically, I can keep Control Z and redraw the line, but I don't have infinite time. Eventually, I have to commit to something, and sometimes I get, 3 steps further into the process and realize, wow, that line was a mistake. And I really didn't fix it. And now, I'm 3 steps further in, and I can't... If I go back and redo it now, the amount of patched work that I have to do to everything else, because of the workflow that I've stuck myself in, it's just agony. And sometimes I would just rather push through and end up with something that I'm just unhappy with than actually to go back and fix something wrong didn't like about it. And sometimes
what do you
you
feel about the rest of the work, right? Like, you've gone these 3 next steps into the workflow, you realize you're past the point of no return, you have to continue. What is stopping you from just abandoning the work? Is there some kind of commitment to just, getting it done for the sake of it?
My biggest issue is I do just stop there.
Oh.
I do set it
So I should
aside.
unplug my controller and walk away from the CRT. I got it. I'm writing this down. I'll take the CRT with me. Shit.
It's not nailed down. These things ain't cheap. Yeah, yeah, ideally what I should do is, keep working through the ugly and keep going until it's something that I can be content with. Whatever that, for that piece, whether or not it's something I'm proud of, or it's something where I can say, I did what I could.
And
it's finished where it is.
That's that line that we both need to learn how to cross. Is to cross the line from, I have made a failure, to, this is something I can be content with.
Yeah.
And I'm unsure how to cross that line.
Too, buddy. Too.
Think, again, I'm very glad that you have been a part of this show, because I think that's something I may think of in the future, that it's not just me that is struggling to cross that line. And it's not, I'm not the only Melee player that has this problem. It goes far beyond Melee. It's hard. So I've talked about this breaking point, and I think, well, I don't know if I've really dug into this, but as I've said multiple times, there comes a point where my brain no longer deems continuing to put effort and energy into this a worthwhile endeavor. So have you, I guess I'll once again flip it on you. Have you ever hit that point, where you're like, I'm just gonna walk away from this, I'm gonna close this sketch, I'm gonna, delete this, I'm gonna do anything, but you force yourself through and you're like, you know what, no, this is something, this is, I can do something with this. Kind of similar to the previous one of taking a failure and crossing that line into something you're content with, but
yeah, there's definitely been pieces where I've just kind of had to keep poking at it and poking at it and poking at it. Finally, eventually, I'm comfortable with stuff. I wish that's happened more often, but in the very least, something that kind of helped. I want to say it's helped. Is there's this early tip I learned doing sketches and drawing and whatnot is don't erase, don't scribble over and bunch up and throw away quote unquote failed drawing. Don't just you do a sketch and that's bad, that looks weird and I don't like this. You don't just scribble over it. What I would do is I would just write a little tiny X next to it, and I would just move on to the next one. I would be like, okay, I don't like this. Mark with an X, top right corner. Next sketch, next doodle, whatever. And nowadays, that I do more digital work, what I do instead is I will just create a new layer, hide the old one. So the old one is on. And I think, I mean, definitely that kind of helps me just keep going and make sure I always have enough space to work with. But I think maybe I should go back to the X method, because then I could see directly what was wrong with it. Actually has to compare it to, instead of blanking out the page, do the same thing again.
Right. Yeah, I think I even might need to take a page out of my fitness book for this one. This is something I learned when I was first picking up cycling. And it's kind of an obvious answer, but it's something that's very profound, that it's a lot easier to keep an object in motion than it is slow that object down and then bring it back up. And that sentiment has gotten me through awful workouts. I have, nearly vomited a couple of times after some workouts, and that's like going through my head every single second. That the single moment that you start slowing down, that you say like, oh, I need a little bit of a break. Slowing down is not a break. You're still pumping gas here. You're still putting forth energy, and you don't want to. You're not slowing down with the purpose of staying below or staying at that lower speed. Eventually, you're going to have to pick things back up, and going from slower back up to fast is going to cost you more energy than you want to spend.
It's like when people's legs are bothering them from standing for so long, and they squat to make their legs feel better. Like, good job, bud. You're just making your legs more tired in different places now, too. You're special. You stand back up and you're like, ooh, I don't know if that is. Yeah, because now you have to stand all the way back up.
I know.
Dingus.
I hear your knees click on the way up.
Yeah, my hip pops, knees click. I point a foot and it goes crunch. Ugh. Dude, I've started early, probably compared to some people, but man, I stand up and there's some noises that should not be there.
Man. So I'm gonna try that the next time that I feel that coming on, that impetus. Like, I can silence that when I'm working out. Easy peasy. Is just shut up, keep doing, keep pushing. You'll be fine. And again, it's even easier, because like when I am working out and it gets real tough, I have to tell myself, like, you gotta keep this motion up for 10 to 20 more minutes, right? Like, especially on like a longer cardio workout, you just have to keep pushing again and again and again. And like when I'm out on the bike, you just, like, a bike is so low impact, you basically just have to convince yourself that your muscles are immortal. Like, there is no such thing as
Pretty
being
much.
too tired to bike any further.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how long is it going to take for you to remember how to walk like a normal person and get off of the bike.
This is just
Long
being
bike
able
ride
to
legs are,
maintain a standing posture upon dismount.
No, sir, I am not intoxicated.
You've been drinking tonight,
I
sir?
clearly just got off of a bicycle. I cannot walk a straight line. You do a little ministry of silly walks, jaunt
for
across
sure.
the parking lot.
So let's see if I can just kind of skim through these last few, because these are more mechanically focused. Autopilot sucks, and it's hard. It's impossible for you to recognize my autopilot. I literally am unable to tell you, hey, can you point out to me when I'm autopiloting? No, GG wow.
GG wow, indeed.
Right?
Wow, you sure are pushing some buttons. Are these the
it's-
buttons you're familiar with? Or
Are you
these
just
new
pushing buttons because you're comfortable with it, Arcanus?
Are those your emotional support buttons?
They really are my emotional support button. But the thing is, like, how do I break out of it? Because once you're in it, it's so easy to slip into, and it's really hard to break out of. I might ask that into the group chat before I go to bed tonight. I think I need to have like some kind of universal signal that extends not just to autopilot, but even to when I'm playing normally. It might be something like, you know, using the same option 2 times in a row and being unsuccessful. You know, going in with an aerial twice, and both times either I was punished or I got nothing off of it. Although, at least it would have to be like put in disadvantaged state or worse. Because, you know, if I throw at an aerial and it's safe and I get nothing off of it and we return to neutral, that's a great aerial. We love those aerials. I want to ask the chat about that one. Opponent intent. This is gonna be one of the things that I'm gonna start trying to work on. This is a mindset thing. And I don't know if you were there for when I was really getting into game plans in Melee, and I was talking with JEC about like his Falco game plan, for example. And
I might have been.
you know, he was talking about like at these percent ranges, he keeps these options in mind. For like, if I open up with this, then I usually means I get this follow-up. If you're at these percents, then that means that I want to do these things to set up for a kill, right? Whereas, you know, I countered with, I think that, you know, it's more important for me to set bounds for myself than to come up with a finite list of things. So it's more important that I know the things that I'm not supposed to do as opposed to the things that I should be going towards. I feel like my ability to play by feel, like my ability to just kind of operate within Melee's systems is good, right? But there are plenty of the times when I'm like, I'm wild and crazy, and I do some shit that a wild and crazy man does do, but somebody who goes better than 2-2 at their locals does not. You know, I'll just make these stupid, silly decisions, especially against Marth. It's decidedly against Marth that I'll just be like, bleh! And then they're like, no, idiot. I have to constantly remind myself, like, you're literally not allowed to have fun in the Marth matchup. And I'm like, I know, Arcanus. Because you're not. You try to do something silly and stupid, and you're like, bleh, bleh, and they're like, no. Down throw, back air, dead. Especially for Falco. You sneeze on him and he dies. So yeah, this is something I'm like, once I start playing Melee again, I want to try for this to be, you know, as active in my mind as I can make it. And this is definitely going to be one of those things that I'm probably going to start losing some matches as a result of. I'm going to increase my loss rate while I am moving into this different mindset, but I think it's something that really helps me. You know, when I was playing against Ian, I was saying that only a couple of times have I ever gone even with him, like really making it back and forth. And one of those times was when I was just basically focusing on nothing except what he wanted and what he wanted me to do, right? And I think if I can start to develop that sense and use it in conjunction with the way that I currently think, then that's definitely going to be an effective tool for me. And then this one, this is a problem especially, and I think ADHD makes this a lot worse, is maintaining your attention on what it needs to be on, right? And I love looking at my character because he's a cool bird man with a gun, and he flaps and flies and slides all over the place. And ow, you just punched me in the face. How did you get over here? Right? And it's like is again, obvious answer. Just look at your opponent during the match. Okay. How the hell am I supposed to know my shine platform waveland timings? How the hell am I supposed to know my exact positioning on the side platform if they're, off stage, trying to recover? It's just like, I feel like I can't solely focus on my opponent without, undoubtedly making mistakes of my own. I don't have that level of pure trust in my execution to be able to do it blindfolded, effectively.
Yeah.
And so another mental state or mentality thing that I want to start working on is OS focus. If anybody here has played OS, whatever the heck you want to call it, I sunk a good amount of time into the game. I had a lot of fun with it. And a skill set that you need to develop in the game is moving your eyes as little as possible. You essentially need your gaze to be on the center of the screen, but focused on
You're focusing on your peripherals.
Focused on an invisible object an inch in front of the screen, right? What is happening in front of you, you cannot pay attention to any individual element. It's just like I was saying with the analogy of speaking in a foreign language. The second you hone in and try and focus on one little thing, it all cascades. It becomes a nightmare. You're struggling to catch up to the beat and to kind of get back to that comfort zone where you were, right? And I've tried to tell myself this. This was one of the first things that I ever wrote down in terms of notes for myself to improve. And it's another thing that I need to work on, another thing that I need to try and, implement. Because I think that's going to work for me, is just kind of having this unfocused level of attention. Enough that I can pay attention to everything and nothing at the same time. I have done it before. I've, been able to create such a state when playing OS. And I've entered into that state when playing Melee many times. And I know for a fact when I am in that state if I hit meteor cancels. It's true. If I fuck up meteor cancels, it means that I'm not paying attention to the game enough, or that I might be paying too much attention to the game, ? Right? Because Samus down air, Falcon down air, Yoshi forward air, all of these moves that have meteor hitboxes usually have a considerable wind up to them. And as long as I can see myself returning to stage and them as their hitbox comes out, honestly, in my opinion, it's a very easy thing to do a reaction meteor cancel. But it's something that you need to have the right frame of attention in order to perceive and respond. So don't look at anything, and always be
Stop
cognizant of what my opponent wants me to do. Do very difficult things that I think have the potential to skyrocket my capabilities. Ugh. And the last slide that we have here, we've kind of spoken on this style versus substance of, do I develop skills, hone the skills that I enjoy using for the sake of, making the tip of the spear sharper, or do I start to diversify myself into skill sets that I haven't used, like the playing cards analogy that I used. I actually really liked that analogy that I had earlier in the stream. I think I need to start playing with different suits, because I am very good at playing clubs, and when most of the time, even against opponents seated higher than me, I take the first stock. That's the thing that always has made me a little confused. That's always seems strangely
You
off
start off so
about
strongly,
things.
and then
I always seem to have a
it's like you
great
just
start.
turn around.
And then it just, in the long run, in the macro game, I lose. Oh. Be lame. Don't look at anything. And never give them what they want. Be like a blind Ferengi next week.
We can make an episode out of it.
And that brings us to the end. It only took 5.5 hours. If there is anybody that is stuck through for the whole stream, of which there is at least one, Audrey, thank you very much for staying with us for the whole show. You did not have to. I explicitly said you did not have to. It's there in writing. I can't get sued for it. Box is definitely doing the DRG, strategy of just no, I'll join you guys on this has 5 mission. It's cool. Actually, wait, I'll be right back. I'll queue back into the lobby. It'll be fine. And then he queues back into the lobby just as everybody's getting onto the escape pod. I'm like, great hustle, everybody. Fantastic. Wonderful job.
So rude.
Listen.
You would disparage our value.
My guy, he is just like, woo, stream starting. All right, okay, bye. And it's like, woo, how goes the stream? And I'm like, it's over, Box. It's it'll be like, hey guys, how are things? And it's like, it has the stream ended screen up. It's like, it's going great, Box.
That's that.
Oh, I'm just razzing ya.
Dope.
The biggest conclusion from this whole thing is I have a hyper focus on winning that I need to make peace with. I need to make a very deep, very visceral peace with. Otherwise, Melee is inner parental hangout time.
No, a good relationship parent. Oh man, eating good food. Oh no.
I need to tell myself that I am just as unforgettable in the unranked queue as everybody else is. You know, that I am, that my actions are just as inconsequential to the whole picture as they are in Team Fortress 2. You know, and that any negative or any apprehension, any anxiety that I feel, I have to just keep hammering it into my head that it's anxiety that I have that is created out of negative traits that I have ascribed to somebody that doesn't exist. A lot to think about here.
Yeah.
A lot to sleep on. I wonder what the hell my dreams are going to be tonight.
Oh man, exciting
It's
prospect.
going to be a weird
sure.
one. I'm going to be like playing Melee on the Starship Enterprise. Like Captain Kirk is yelling at me that I'm SDing too much.
This is why you don't play the red costume. More likely to SD.
No, I'm a red shirt in Melee. No.
No, you're wearing green. It's not supposed to work like that. No.
All right, everybody. I'm not doing some long, elaborate outro after 5.5 hours. Tune in tomorrow for... Yeah.
Something.
What did we do last Tuesday?
It wasn't
Wasn't...
Overwatch, was it?
No, Matt's computer exploded, didn't it?
No,
Or
I thought
wait.
that was after. I think they played Isaac.
No, that's
Green.
right. It was Isaac and Tengu were kind of like the casting couch for that show. Okay. So this is going to be the first free play slot not held hostage in like a good month. Let me know if we need a fill. Tengu's already jumping on it.
Hi, Tengu.
Hi, Tengu. You could play Stray tomorrow. Or you could maybe, I don't know if you want to do that for your own time or a Wacky Wednesday. I'd love to see more Obra Dinn on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna play more Obra Dinn.
Okay, we got Obra Dinn on Wednesday. We got Pokemans on Thursday. Friday, Team Fortress. So I guess Cat Game is out? Yeah, Stray came out last week, right?
Yeah, I didn't think it was coming out for like another week after one. Hang on. Stray. Initial release date, July 19th.
19th. Shit.
Not the 9th.
Um,
So soon.
I might do Ocarina of Time, but a part of me wants to do Ocarina of Time on a Thursday slot because these Pokemon bitches have been having it too good for too long. I'll think on it. I don't even know if I'm gonna host. We'll have to see.
No elaborate outro.
Shut up. You have a suggestion.
What suggestions, soldier?
You're never getting the Thursday slot back.
Tinker's like, I'm only playing old games and you can't stop me.
X Zodiac. Oh boy.
Oh, the Star Fox like rail shooter. It's Star Fox 64 again.
Oh.
Wait, this game's still in early access? I feel like Huh. It's releasing soon.
Currently a demo. Okay.
I've seen this before.
I might do Tunic. Could do that. Put some time into it.
We shall see. Thank you to everyone for watching.
Thanks everybody for watching, and tune in tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.